Commission resumes. I did say it yesterday, but for the benefit of those who weren't here yesterday, we will be taking a short lunch hour today and resuming again at 1:30, because we're going to stop sometime after 3, because we're not sitting from tomorrow onwards for a week. Mr. Mathunjwa, you're still under oath.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Ntebeza, I think you said you wanted to ask him some questions in cross-examination.
Mr. Chair, sorry, may I intervene and seek your leave to put just a few formal propositions that I omitted to do yesterday afternoon. It'll be a few minutes.
Mr. Ntebeza, with his usual charm and affability, won't object. So I suggest that you... I'm right about your affability and charm, Mr. Ntebeza.
Indeed, Mr.
Mr. Tip, carry on.
Well, that's modestly acknowledged. Mr. Mathunjwa, I have just a few questions for you, which I should have put before we concluded yesterday. I'm sorry that I'm still going to address you, but all that I'm doing is to take half a dozen of the paragraphs in your statement and just to indicate where my clients say that the facts are a bit different. And essentially, if you would just indicate whether you agree or whether you disagree. If it's really essential, then of course you could add something, but it won't be necessary to repeat any of the evidence that you've given. Okay?
Bemcela uba kho izinto athe wazilibala iphezolo uthanda ukuzibeka kuye apho kukho ukungahambisani kubungqina balaba abamele noMathunjwa uzombuza ukuba uthini ngezo zinto ngoku.
It will probably be useful for you to have your statement in front of you. I think you do. That's Exhibit NN. And if you could go, first of all, to paragraph 24. You deal there with a meeting, what Mr. Kwadi told you about the meeting that had taken place on the 12th of August. And you say there that that was attended by the leadership of NUM, Solidarity, and UASA. Do you see that?
Yes, sir.
And my instructions are simply that it was a meeting between NUM representatives and Lonmin management only, and it was made on that day, the meeting was convened on that day at the request of Mr. Zokwana.
Uthi apha xa uthi wena kwakuyi-meeting ye-NUM Solidarity ne-UASA akuyonyani leyo apho kwakuyinhlangano yayiphakathi kwe-NUM nomqeshi eyayibizwe ngayo loo mini.
I appreciate that you weren't at the meeting, but I just have to put to you that version.
Ndiyazi ukuba ungekho leyo meeting kodwa ndibeka kuwe nje okokuba inyaniso iphi.
Are you able to comment at all on that?
Yes. I was referring to this meeting to the leaders based on the information during my conversation with Mr. Kwadi. If you say that is not the case, I won't argue further because I was not there, I was told.
Yes.
Into endayixelelwa nguKwadi le xa uthi kakunjalo ke andinakuyikhanyela loo nto ngoba bendingekho.
And then, if you'd go to paragraph 38, you deal there with an account of what the General Mpembe said at the briefing meeting on 15 August 2012, and there's reference to him saying that 4 leaders had been identified, 2 of them were NUM, 2 of them were AMCU. And all that I'm putting to you is that Mr. Zokwana will say that he doesn't recall the General dealing at all with the leadership issues, and that's not reflected in the transcript. Any comment on that?
Khona kwakutyunjwe i-leader ezimbili ze-AMCU nezimbili ze-NUM uzokwana uyayikhanyela loo nto ukuthi akayikhumbuli into enjengale yenzeka.
My recollection on that is that when Mr. Zokwane was saying he's not prepared to go to the mountain, is when then General Mpembe advised him that through their intelligence, if I'm not mistaken, they have identified 4 those are regarded as leaders of the strike, and 2 of them is AMCO, and 2 of them is for NUM. Therefore, he has to go to the mountain.
ngeli xesha ethi uzokwane yena kanakuya pha entabeni wathi ugeneral kuyena bafumene kwi-intelligence ingxelo ukuba kukho ama-leader abaholi abane phaya, babini babo ngabenum, ababini ngabenum, ngako ke kudingekile ukuba aye phaya.
Then paragraphs 41 and 42 of your statement.
You put it to him that the transcript doesn't reflect that the general dealt with leadership issues. Well, I'm not sure that that statement that you put to him is entirely correct. If you have regard to page 2 of the transcript, which is Exhibit 004, you will see that General Mpempi, addressing both the leaders of the 2 unions, said, line 15 and following, my request is, 1, we need both your intervention. Operation has reached a sensitive stage that we might go and lose more lives. And then he goes on about that. And then he goes on to say, on the following page, we need these people, they need to be told. So as my humble request, I hope it will be understood. And he goes on about that. So I would have thought that that request following as it was upon the statement that their information was that some of the people in the copy belonged to both unions, he then makes this request to the leaders of the 2 unions, and he talks about both your intervention and so forth. I would have thought that that could fairly be described as discussing leadership matters. So I'm not sure that the statement that you made was entirely correct.
Mr. Chair, we're not putting that leadership issues were not discussed. It's a specific point of the composition. That's really the only
Umgcini
matter that
sihlalo,
we're addressing.
ndibeka nje intetho yakhe
Down that you'd put that Mr. Zonwana doesn't recall the general dealing with leadership issues which are not reflected in the transcript. That's what I wrote down. If I incorrectly recorded what you put, then I apologize.
No,
umgcini sihlalo uthi kukho apho kubonakala khona okokuba ugeneral wathetha ngento yobuholi phaya xa ebaxela ukuba bafumene okokuba kukho abantu bazo zombili izinyonyana phaya, ngako wathi kudingekile kubalulekile okokuba baye ngoba isimo simaxongo ngelo xesha.
Mr. Chair, I did preface it with the observation that the General had said there were 2 leaders from MQ, 2 leaders from NUM, but perhaps I should have made it more clear.
Yes, I think the question can just be reformulated. I mean, what you're doing is you want to make it clear what your case is in respect of what this witness says. And so obviously, I must give you a chance to do that. But if you put your case, you must put it correctly.
Njengoba benishilo nje okokuba washo la okokuba phaya kukho abaholi ababini benum, kukho ababini beAMCU, ngako ke kudingeka okokuba zombili bobabili abaholi bezinyonyana babe khona phaya kuyothetha naba bantu babo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Can I also refer to page 11, where the General is speaking after Mr. Dwana has spoken, and he says, the foot of the page, line 22, we're having a negotiating team of the police, when it says from, but according to the transcript, the actual recording was of. And when we're having a negotiating team, we're thinking that part of the strategy, people, they see you, they will still respect you because you still remain their leader. And that theme was actually taken up later by Mr. Mathunjwa, who said, but we are leaders, we're not just leaders in the boardroom, we have to be leaders in the copy as well. So the questions of leadership were discussed, and General Mpembi actually made the point in the passage I read. So just,
Yes,
by all means put your case, but put it based on a correct summary of
Apha
what was said.
uthi umgcini sihlalo inyani njengoba sitsho kuba uGeneral Mpembe wathetha ngobuholi phaya njengoba sifunda phaya, waze wathi uMathunjwa asingongama leader kwi boardroom kuphela, kufanele sibebe ngama leader naphaya kulesi sehlakalo esenzeka phaya entabeni.
Mr. Mathunjwa, let me revisit that. The proposition that I was putting to you was intended to address only the aspect of whether the general said that of the 4 leaders, 2 were AMCU, 2 were NUM.
Imbuzo
That's the only
ngombuzo.
aspect. We don't suggest in any way that the leadership question did not arise.
Siyayivuma into yokuba
it's
kwathethwa ngobuholi
just
phaya. Umbuzo
The
yilo nje
2-2 feature of it.
okokuba apha washona okokuba kwaba bantu basentabeni abaholi abane i2 yabo ngabe NUM i2 ngabe AMCU.
According to my recollection, that is what has been told in that meeting of the 15.
Ngokukhumbula kwami yona ntetho yavela leyo kwathethwa ngolo hlobo kula meeting ye15.
Thank you. Then, if we could go to paragraphs 41 and 42. You deal there with the caucus that NUM had after the initial discussion, and you said there that the NUM delegation went out and that the AMCU delegation waited for 45 minutes and nobody came back. You recall that?
Apha uthe kwabanjwa i-caucus phaya ibanjwa i-NUM kwakudingeka ukuba ibe mizuzu elishumi kodwa ke nalinda apho kwaze kwaba ngu45 minutes bengabuyi.
Yes, I recall that.
Mr.
Ndiyayikhumbula loo
Zukwana
nto.
differs from you and says that the NUM caucus was in fact a brief one and that they returned to the boardroom after the caucus had taken place.
Uthi ke uzokwana kwaba lixeshanyana lincinci baphinde babuya apha eboardroom ekugqibeni kwabo.
I will differ with that, reason being I even phoned Jomo Kwadi asking him where are they, and then they said we must join them at the jog.
Ndiyayikhanyela loo nto. Khumbula okokuba ndaze ndafowunela uJomo wathi kum masize phaya eJog.
And then we did find them. That was SAPS at the jog, management, and the NUM.
Saya eJog phaya safumana kukho iSAPS, imanagement nabo beNUM.
And then lastly, paragraph 57. You deal there with what Mr. Kwadi informed you about concerning the press conference that had been arranged by SAPS. And you indicate in that paragraph that you considered that NUM had been a participant in that press conference.
Apha uthetha ngepress conference yayibizwe aphaya kuzoba khona iSAPS neNUM nina ningabizwanga.
My instruction.
So I don't understand him to say that. He's not saying that NUM was a participant. His point was that there was a police press conference to which NUM had been invited, but AMCU wasn't. And I understood the thrust of the point being that there was discrimination, as it were, between the two trade unions. The one was invited to the press conference, and the other was ignored not. That I understood to be the point he was making. If I misunderstood him, he will correct me.
Qinisihlalo uthi ndimve mna esithi iNUM yayimenyiwe azange asho kokuba yayikhona apho uthi kwakukhona ke oko kohlukanisa phakathi kweunions imbili kubizwe enye ingamenywa.
Yes, I did ask that why are we not invited and why NUM is there, because they were there at the foyer.
Ndabuza mna kokuba yintoni iNUM ikhona apha thina singamenywanga.
That is my understanding of what you were saying there. And what I want to put you in that regard is simply this, that my instructions are that NUM was in fact not aware of that press conference and that it did not attend it.
Ndibeka kuwe kokuba iNUM ithi yona yazi into ngalo press conference ayizange futhi bekhona apho.
I would say they were present where the conference was held.
Ndithi mne babekhona kuloo ndawo apho iconference yayibanjelwe khona.
Mr. Chair, thank you. Those are the only propositions that I wish to make. I appreciate the indulgence.
Thank you,
Uyabulela
Mr.
ke,
Tip. Mr. Beza?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Mathunjwa, I think it is, before I put any questions to you, it is appropriate that I should indicate that I've come to know you in the course of these proceedings. Is that true?
andithi ndiqale ukwazi apha kule commission, kunjalo mntu?
That is correct, sir.
Ewe kunjalo.
Your organization, AMCU, is represented in these proceedings by a colleague who is instructed by SERI, the Socio-Economic Rights Institute. Is that correct?
Andithi lo okumele kwelityala unikezele yomreyelo yokumela ngiseri Social Democratic Movement.
I don't know whether did he said it correctly.
No, it's Socio-Economic Rights Institute.
Please say Socio-Economic Rights
Rights
Institute.
Institute.
Socio-Economic Rights.
The abbreviation or the acronym
SERI.
SERI, which is
SERI,
S-E-R-I.
Thanks. Thank you. Uthi ummeli lo kumele lana usho ukuthi umyalelo ukuthi bazokumela labamele inhlangano yakho ivela kule SERI.
That's correct.
You are also aware
Kunjalo.
that I represent families of those who died, also on instructions from SERI.
Ndiyabona uyayazi ke into okuba mina ndimele ifamily zalabo abasweleka phaya nabo abafumene umyalelo kuSERI.
That's correct.
Ewe kunjalo.
Now you may or may not know, I now represent all 34, families of all the 34 people who died on the 16th of August.
Andazi noma uyayazi uba ndimele bonke aba bantu abasweleka abangu-34 abasweleka 16 zika August.
What happened to my police members, Chair?
What did you say?
Oh, okay.
The 16, he refers to the 16 miners who were killed on the copy, scene 1 or scene 2. He represents their families, so
Okay.
all of them. Other people, no policeman died on the 16th, but other people, council represent the families of the policemen who died, and others represent the family of the security officials of London who died. I don't know.
Kho
I mean,
umahluko
that's,
apha kukho abamele
and
i-security
there was a
as
suggestion that AMCU people had died
nabamela amapolisa
earlier, but
asweleka.
that suggestion has been withdrawn. So those people who allegedly died are not represented because they didn't die.
My mistake, Chair.
Well, I don't understand what the dialogue was, Mr. Chairman, but I was listening and I was putting a question to.
Objection that was impliedly overruled. So carry on.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Look, I think the nub of the point here is that I don't know if you know that as I sit here today, I'm told that of the 34 people who died on the 16th of August, I represent families of 34 of those who died on that day. Did you know that?
Uyazi into yokokuba njengoba ndihleli apha ndimele izihlobo zalamanzi laba abangu-34 abasweleka ngaloo mini yomhla ka-16 ku-August. Ubuyazi loo nto?
No, not all of them.
Yes.
Bendingazi ukuba umele bonke.
And I'm telling you this because from what I'm told, these employees at the time of their death, 17 of them were AMCU members.
Ndikuxela le nto ke ngoba xa ndiva 17 yabo basweleka kwakungamalungu amkhu.
Yeah, you follow that?
I follow that one.
10 of them were NUM members. 10.
Shumi labo bantu kungamalungu enum.
You follow that?
I follow that.
Ewe ndiyayiva loo nto.
And 7 of them were ununionized.
I7 yalabo bantu bebangekho kwi-union.
Now, that's the best information that we have at present. And you don't dispute that, do you?
No, I don't dispute.
Andiyikhanyeli ke le ntetho njengoba usandiphikisana nayo.
Now, the families are obviously keen, and which is why I want to put questions to you. They are obviously keen to get to the bottom of how their relatives met with their deaths. And I would hope you should assist us in doing so.
Ndiyathemba okokuba uza kuba noncedo ke apha ngoba iifemili ezi zifuna ukwazi, zifuna inyani okokuba yintoni eyenzeka phaya edeske yabangela okokuba kusweleke izihlobo zabo.
Do you appreciate that?
Yes, I do appreciate.
Ndiyayiva loo ntetho.
And you would appreciate, I'm sure, that my duty would be to try and assist this commission without fear, favor, or prejudice, which is why I said, even though I know you, I want you to understand what my task is today. Do you appreciate that?
Themba okokuba noba nditshilo okokuba sesiyazana mna nawe ndinomsebenzi ekufanele ndiwenze apha ngaphandle kokuba ndiyike ndenze okuthize kufanele ndifune yonke inyaniso njengoba injalo uyayiqonda loo nto.
Yes, I do appreciate.
Ewe.
Yes.
Ewe ndiyavisisa.
Now, over the last few days, one of which I was not present, but I'm familiar with what has been taking place, certain questions have been put to you that at their highest suggested that you instigated the deaths of those people at the mine because you made inflammatory statements at the copy on the 16th.
Ndiveke apha noma bendingekho kwezinye izitsuku kodwa ke ndinayo leyo ngxelo bandixela okokuba wena ke uye waba nesandla kulento ngoba kukho intetho oye wayenza phaya entabeni ebe impembelelo yodushe oliyelenzeka phaya.
You are aware of that?
Uyayazi loo nto?
Yes, I'm aware of it.
Ewe.
At their lowest, the suggestions have been that you and your organizations did not help much in trying to quell the trouble, especially on the 16th at the mountain, because you kept on demonizing the National Union of Mine Workers as the culprit. And I'm being general about it.
Uzange ube noncedo wena nombutho wakho ngoba ngale mini kakhulu ngomhla ka16 nani thetha niphembelela phaya nithetha nibeka inum ebubini.
You are aware of that?
Yes, I'm aware of it.
I'm also aware of the responses that you have made to both Council for SAPS, Council for Lawn Mill, and Council for NUM. But I think I want to satisfy myself and assist the Commission in getting a sense of exactly what your position is, especially because the families have also heard what was ascribed to your role in not assisting the resolution of the events of the 16th.
Ndizivile izimpendulo zakho bamele subs ne-Lonmin nabakwanum. Ndiza kubuza ke le mbuzo mna ngoba nefamily ziyivile intetho yakho izimpendulo zakho nokungabi kho noncedo oye wabanalo apho.
Now, at some stage later on in the proceedings, in the course of my asking you questions, I will cause our opening statement to be distributed and to be made an exhibit, because I do not think that it is an exhibit at this stage, but I do not want that to detain us.
Kuzawuthi ke ekuhambeni kwexesha ndibese ndikunikeza istatement esivula ngaso thina esibekayo kokuba aba bantu sibamele thina bathini bona ngoba sisengabi phambi kwe-commission kude kube ngoku.
What I do want to indicate to you is that in that statement, we as the families hold the SAPS and Loan Mill to be responsible or to be liable for the deaths that were caused to our families. Do you understand that?
Ngoba thina kweso statement ke nalaba endibamele sibeka ityala kwi-SAPS ne-Lonmin ukuba ngabo abayimbangela yokusweleka kwaba bantu ndibamele apha.
I do follow that.
And in the light of
Fanele?
And in the light of what has been put to you as a role that amounts to you having been also liable to a degree, you will appreciate why I need to put questions to you.
Ngoba ke nawe usufakiwe ngoku kule nto kuba ngomnye waba baba imbangela yale nto uyabona okokuba kudingeka ukuba le mbuzo ndiyijongise nakuwe.
Yes, I will do appreciate.
Now,
Uyayiva loo
towa-
ntetho?
okay. Now, towards the end of your testimony, whilst you were being cross-examined by counsel for Loanmen, you were asked as to whether you had been an office bearer for the NUM. Do you recall that question?
Akhumbula lo mbuzo ubuzwa ngabameli bakwa-Lonmin okokuba uke waba lilungu lenum.
Yes, I do.
Ewe ndiyakhumbula.
And you answered that you had been.
Pendulweni yakho wayivuma okokuba uke waba lilo.
Yes.
Ewe.
You were also asked about a person called Steve. I didn't get his surname. I suspected that it was intended to say his surname is Khululekile.
Buzwa ngendoda ekuthiwa nguStephen wangakubi isifani sakhe ngabe nguye lo ukhululekile.
Yes, I think that's the one.
Ewe ndicinga kanjalo uye.
Khululekile, for the record, would be spelled K-H-U-L-U-L-E-K-I-L-E. And you explained that whereas it was put to you that he was an office bearer for AMCO, he was actually an official. And you tried to make the distinction.
Uthe xa ubuzwa apha wase usinika ke umahluko phakathi kwe-office bearer ne-official okokuba lo unjani lo ngomphi.
That's correct.
Ewe.
Now, I was quite curious to find out what your position was in NUM. And I'll tell you why. Maybe let me tell you first why it is so. Yesterday, it was indicated to you that your speech, particularly at the mountain, was not helpful because you kept on, in some ways, demonizing the NUM. Do you remember that?
kuthiwa phaya intetho yakho phaya entabeni ayibanga luncedo olungakanani ngoba into obuyenza phaya kukubeka inum ebubini kunjalo.
Yes, yes.
I'm aware of your
Ewe.
responses, but that's not my inquiry now. You tried to show that in some instances, and you referred to an incident in Dundee, in the Dundee coal mine, that NUM and AMCU actually cooperate and work together.
Uye wazama ukusixelela ke wabeka isibonelo sasemayini ephaya eDundee apho iAMCU nenum zasebenza ngokuvana zisebenza kunye.
That's correct.
Kunjalo.
But I'm afraid that for a different reason, I will want to be able to submit to the commission at the end that in the days leading to the 16th, whatever the position may be elsewhere, Dundee, it does appear that there was no love lost between AMCU and NUM. And I'm not blaming anyone at the moment. I'm simply saying I will make that submission. Would it be a fair submission to make?
Apha ke ngasekugqibeleni sizawubeka kule nkundla okokuba make sizithi ukuziyeka ezinye izinto ezenzeka kwezinye indawo koDundee. Apha eLonmin tsikwane nje phambi komhla ka16 inyaniso kuyabonakala ukuba kwakukhona ukungevani phakathi kweziyunion ezimbili AMCU nenum.
I don't think the interpretation is accurate. Through you, Chairman, I think maybe if you can ask the question, because it suggests that there was no love between two unions. I'm stand to be corrected, but I don't think it's what I heard coming
I take
across.
it he means the members. I mean, you know, the union is a artificial person with no
Was the
passion of its
question?
own. But the members, what's put to you is that in that period running up to the 16th, there was no love lost. In fact, I think Council would probably agree if I summarize what he said by saying there was animosity between
the members.
AMCU members and NUM members. Is that fair, Mr. Nzibeza? Is that what you're putting to?
Well, between the leadership,
Between the leadership.
Usho kwi-leadership yemibutho le mibili.
Okay, would you please repeat again?
yes,
Sorry.
I'm saying between the leadership of AMCU and NUM, there was no love lost between the two
Uyaphinda uthi
leaders.
phakathi kwemibutho le nemibili abaphathi i-leadership bekungekho budlelwano obuhle.
For instance, in the debate on the 15th of August, it is very manifest there that you don't see eye to eye with the leadership of NUM. Would that be correct?
Jonga ithethisana phaya nge-15 kuyacaca kokuba hayi kukho ukungathelelana amanzi phakathi kwale mibutho emibili kubaphathi bayo.
Not in person, but on the issue that was, yes, we had different.
Hayi njengabantu kodwa ngale nto kwakuthethwa ngayo apho ewe ndivumelana nawe apho.
Yes. Perhaps let me clarify this position right from the beginning. Because in two encounters, I've seen that it has been made an issue, and I think it is unfair that it should be. English is not your first language. It's not your mother tongue. Is it
Andithi
not?
ke sibeke ngokucaca apha kokuba isingesi ese akulolwimi lwakho lasekhaya.
That's correct.
Ewe.
Neither is it mine, but I can tell you that
Nami ke.
neither is it mine. And
Uthi ke.
and as the counsel for Lon Mill indicated, it is also not his mother tongue.
Sonke ke nam njengokwami akuyo mthetho yami yasekhaya leyo nomhlekazi omele iLonmin naye wesitshilo kokuba hayi akuyo ntetho yakhe yasekhaya. Sivumelana sonke apha.
Yes, sir.
It is a language that we use because in the occupations in life in which we are involved, it is the language that is being used to communicate.
Apha sisebenzisa le ntetho ke yesiNgesi ngoba apha kulo msebenzi siwenzayo yona ntetho iphezulu kusetshenziswa yona kakhulu.
Yes,
And it may,
Ewe.
and you do not profess even to speak it well. You are not a grammarian, you just use it as a tool to communicate, is that right?
Mandithi ke wena uyisebenzisa njengesixhobo nje sokusebenza. Awungeke utsho kokuba umuntu uyinzululwazi, umuntu onolwazi ogqithayo kule ntetho.
that is correct, sir.
Yes.
Vumelana nawe apho?
And I mean, in two instances, which I will refer to, there seemed to be an issue as to whether you had expressed yourself correctly. And I will want to clarify those instances, but is it accepted at this stage that you are using English as best as you know how?
Andithi ke apha kukho intetho ezimbili endiza kuzibheka kuwe apho kwabonakala ukuba kuye kwabakhona ukungevani kakuhle kodwa mandikubuze ngolu hlobo isiNgesi esi usisebenzisa kuphela njengesixhobo sakho sasemsebenzini akuyo ntetho yakho yemihla.
That is correct.
Yes. Ewe.
And between you and me, in ordinary circumstances, you would express yourself in isiZulu and I would express myself in isiXhosa and would better understand each other if we did that.
Ndithi ke siqhelweni xa sithetha mna nawe ndiyawuthetha mna ngesixhosa wena undiphendule ngesizulu sivane kakuhle. Kunjalo.
Yes, it will be better than English.
Ewe kuzoba bhetele kuneSingesi.
But, for purposes of practicality and because this commission doesn't have forever, we have been trying to communicate in the language that will not cause a multiplicity of interpretations or interpreters.
Andithi iko ke kule commission ukuze kusetshenzwe kungachitha xesha kuye kwasetshenziswa le ndlela esisebenza ngayo ngoku kungabikho itoloko ezininzi.
That is correct, if I may be allowed. I even appreciated to my counsel that even though I don't know much about English, but to save time, and I will try my level best to communicate in English.
Ewe mhlekazi ndiye ndatsho nakukhansela wami okokuba noma ndinge wona umuntu othetha isiNgesi ngolu hlobo ndizawuzama apho ndiphelele ndizawuzama ndizakwenza zonke iinzame zam ukuba ndithethe ngayo English.
Please don't take this as a criticism, even the best of us, and I consider myself as one of those, but I have had to be told that there's a difference between expedience and expedition, but this
Nami ke ngokwami ndiye ndixelele kwamanye amaxesha okokuba kukho izinto ezithize endinganakuzibetha ngolo hlobo olufanele.
Now, Mr. Mathunjwa, that having been settled, I say when you were asked as to whether you had been an NUM office bearer, and I began to look at your evidence that you led, I became curious to know a lot about you and your involvement in NUM. And I have caused an article to be printed, which I will ask the commission to take in as an exhibit.
Emva kokuba ndive ukubakho kwakho kwinhlangano ye-NUM ndiye ndaba nomdla wokwazi okokuba wawuyintoni kahle hle phaya ngoku ke ndiye ndenza nantsi i-article ebhaliwe apha endizawucela ukuba iCommission iyijonge.
There are many of these articles that have been written about you,
Ninzi ke
but this one
ezibhalwe ngawe.
is entitled The Rise and Rise of AMCO.
Lena ke ibhale njengoba esitsho phaya the rise and rise of AMCO.
Ms. Pillay, I've arranged for, Mr. Chairman, I've arranged for those items too.
That tells us how we can mark them, then you can hand them in.
Chair, it will be QQ1.
Thank you. It's an article that originally appeared in the Mining Yearbook on August the 2nd, and then was reprinted, it looks like on the 18th of August in the City Press. Is that correct, Mr. Nsibeza?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Le article liayibhalwe kwi mining yearbook ngo August 2 yavela na kwi City Press ngomhla ka 18 ku August ngonyaka ka 2012.
Now, just to clear the air, Mr. Mathunjwa, so that you should know, do you know the gentleman called Gwede Mantashe?
Masithi ke ukucacisa apha umhlekazi obizwa uGwede Mantashe uyamazi?
Yes, I do know him.
Ewe ndiyamazi.
Just so that there are no surprises. He comes from the same district that I come from.
Ma kungabi khona ukuphambana apha sivela endaweni enye naye.
He is my homeboy, so you should know that.
Amanye amazwi uyazi ke lonto uba yihomeboy yami lesithetha ngayo apha.
Yes, sir.
Now, I just want to confirm or correct some of the impressions that were given in this article about you and about your organization.
Ndifuna uba masilungise ke ezinye zentetho ezivele apha ngawe nombutho lo wakho.
The article in paragraph 3 says something happened in September 1999 at Douglas Colliery, where there was a 3,000 strong workforce protest against the dismissal of one Joseph Mathunjwa, chair of the local branch of the National Union of Mine Workers. Is that correct?
Thiwa inyanzo lokuba ngonyaka ka 1999 phaya Douglas Colliery kwakhankalaza abantu abangamawaka amathathu abasebenzi phaya bekhankalazela ukugxothwa kuka Joseph Mathunjwa ubengu chairman we local branch ye National Union of Mine Workers.
Yes, sounds correct.
Ewe kunjalo.
The article says the strike was unprotected and lasted for 2 weeks, during which the mine's underground section was occupied for 10 days.
Thiwa esi strike ke sasingekho emthethweni sasingekho protected sathatha iveke ezimbini abantu abasebenza phansi emgodini bahlala apho izinsuku ezingu-10.
Is that correct?
Yes, sounds.
Ewe kunjalo.
And in paragraph 3, or whatever the paragraph says, the dispute was only terminated once Mathunjwa got reinstated, but he then faced a second hurdle, which was a NUM disciplinary hearing for bringing the union into disrepute.
Yaba ke iyapheliswa lonto emva kokuba uMathunjwa aphindiselwe kwisikhundla esi. Kodwa ke kwaba khona ingxaki yesibini ngoba babesebenza i-disciplinary hearing kweNUM yokuba uMathunjwa uye wafaka igama le union wathetha ngegama le union ngendlela embi.
That's correct.
Ewe kunjalo.
Now, I'll skip the commentary in the next paragraph, but the next paragraph says Archipalane, P-A-L-A-N-E, at the time Deputy Secretary, General Secretary of the NUM, was sent to investigate the charge against Mathunjwa, but found the local chair had done nothing wrong. Another official from Johannesburg was sent for the same reason, but he also found no reason to discipline Mathunjwa. Is that correct?
Kwathunyelwa ke uArchipalane owayengu-deputy secretary, Deputy General Secretary weNUM, okokuba ayophanda lento atsholwa ngayo uMathunjwa wafumana okokuba akukho nto kwathunyelwa nomnye ovela eJohannesburg ngaso isizathu esifana neso naye wafumana okokuba akukho sizathu sokuba makudiscipline uMathunjwa.
Yes, that is correct. Maybe from there that it says Johannesburg, it might be referring to Rustenburg, I think was Utatu Mboto. I think by that time he was around Rustenburg, but I'm still to be corrected. Whether I was in head office or what, I'm not quite sure. But that is correct, the sequence of events.
Ewe yenzeka ngolu hlobo lento kodwa ke utata uMbotho lona ndicinga okokuba wayevela ngapha kuRustenburg ngelo xesha andazi ke noma ihead office yayikuphi.
The next paragraph says, however, the then union's general secretary insisted that Mathunjwa should appear before a disciplinary hearing that he, Mr. Mandashe, would chair.
Kuthe noma kunjalo ke utata uGwede Mantashe owayengu general secretary weunion ngelo xesha wathi yena noma kunjalo uMathunjwa makavele phambi kwe hearing eyayizawuqoshelwa nguye utata uGwede.
That is correct.
Kunjalo.
The next paragraph is Mathunjwa refused, as he had previously clashed with Mantashe over the handling of money paid by employers to a job creation trust. Mathunjwa insisted that an independent person should chair the hearing.
Akavumelananga ke nalonto uMathunjwa ngoba kwake kwabakho ingxabano phakathi kwakhe noMantashe maqondana nezimali ezazibhadalwa ngumqeshi endaweni yokuzama ukwenza imisebenzi creation yemisebenzi wathi uMathunjwa makubekho omnye umuntu wangaphandle ozawuphatha leyo hearing.
That is correct.
Ewe kunjalo.
What then happened after you had refused to be disciplined with Mr. Mandashe as chair?
Kwasekwen
Mr. Bessie, it looks as if there's a page missing because the next page begins with something which doesn't follow immediately on what is said in the last page of the last paragraph of the first page. I'm not sure it's relevant. I take it it's this disciplinary body presided over by Mr. Matashi, against whom he objected, found him guilty and he was expelled from the union. I think that's what it says. But it looks to me as if there's a page missing.
I suspect so, Mr. Chairman, and I will
then
try.
Then started AMCU, I take it, and there'll be a bit about that, and then of course we go on to the page that we have as what's ostensibly the second page. But if it's not complete, it would be helpful if we got the missing page, because
No, I mean to submit complete copies, whatever they say. I'll make sure. I thought that, I'm sorry about this, Mr. Chairman.
umgcini sihlalo uthi kuthi kucace ngakukho ipage elingekho apha uyethembisa noko umhlekazi usebenza okokuba uzawunikeza ikopi ephelele kuyo yonke lento.
But are you able to tell us what then happened
Unako kusixela ba
after you had refused to have Mr. Mandashe as your chair in the disciplinary hearing?
xa ani noxa usithi awuvumelani nokokuba utata uMantashe kube nguye chairman yagqibela kwenzeke ntoni?
My recollection, I was called by management and then they informed me that my membership has been terminated.
Ndabizwa yi-management apho bandixela ukukhona ukuba i-membership yam iqhethiwe
From NUM.
ukuba lilungu le-NUM bandikhutshiwe.
Then I asked, but there was no much explanation. That is the instruction from NUM.
Ndabuzwa ukuba isizathu sithini kakubanga sizothi kodwa ke ingxelo ephume kwi-NUM okokuba mandikhutshwe.
Then I never made any appeal and so forth. I took as it is.
Andizange ndenze appeal apho ndiyigqithisele phambili loo nto ndayiyeka nje ndamkela.
Just that doesn't mean that what I guessed was on the missing second page was incorrect. There wasn't actually a disciplinary hearing. You were just expelled from NUM without having even appeared before disciplinary tribunal. Is that what you're telling us?
That is correct. They called the disciplinary was to be chaired by Mr. Kwere Mantashe. Then I disputed that he cannot be a chairman because I had some engagement with him. Then he refused to excuse himself. Then subsequent, I don't know what happened to their head office until such time I was called by the management of the mine that my membership from NUM has been terminated.
I understand.
Iyabizwa i-disciplinary yayawugoshelwa ngumhlekazi uMantashe ndangavumelani naloo nto ke wala ukuba ashenxe apho esitulweni okokuba kwenzekani emva koko ke zange ndibe khona ndide ndabizwa i-management xa besendixela okokuba i-membership yam kuNUM ndikhutshiwe.
Is your evidence that you were told by management that your membership of a union in which you were a chair in that mine had been terminated by the NUM without you ever having been brought before a disciplinary hearing by NUM?
Uthi apha wabizwa i-management yaxelela okokuba ubulungu bakho be-NUM ukhutshiwe kubo noma be-chairman waleya branch phaya ngaphandle kokuthi uvele phambi kwe-disciplinary hearing.
That is correct. That was confirmed by my salary advice or my pay slip that there was no longer a deduction towards NUM.
Ewe kunjalo ndaze ndayibona nakwi-pay slip yam okokuba kakusekho mali itsalwayo eya kwi-union.
And is it your evidence that the union from head office never formally advised you that you are no longer a member of the NUM?
Bubungqina bakho obo okokuba i-head office yenu eJohannesburg ayizange ixelele yona okokuba awuselolunga apha kulo mbutho.
As far as I remember, I don't recall receiving anything from them.
Khumbuleni kwami ke andizange ndifumane nto yayivela kubo.
Now you are unionless. What happened to you?
Ngoko ke awusena union kwase kwenzekani ke ngawe?
Then I remained the employee of the company.
Ndasala nje njengomsebenzi wecompany.
And thereafter, there was a meeting that was called as a mass meeting. Then I informed my constituency that I've been terminated as a member of NUM. Therefore, I couldn't continue doing all the duties that were obligated to me by the membership. If I remember, in the very
Othi umhlekazi apha ke kwase kuba khona inhlangano kwakungabantu abaninzi phayo wasukuma ke bazixela iziqhele zalapha andisakwazi ukuba ndiqhubeke ngemsebenzi le bendifuna ukuba ndiyenze apha ngoba ndikhutshiwe ku-NUM andiselolungu lombutho.
Yes. What was the reaction of the members?
Zenza ntoni zathini izimember ke apho?
my recollection, it says that the members in that meeting, they spoke many things, but at the end of the day, they said an injury to one is an injury to all. Then in one voice, they are saying they are leaving NUM, resigning from them.
Ke zathetha into ezininzi i-members apha akanakuziphinda zonke zonke kodwa ekugqibeleni zathi xa ulimaze omnye ukwenzakala komnye ukwenzakala kwethu sonke injury to one is an injury to all ngamanye amazwi okokuba bayaphuma nabo kwi-NUM.
Which indeed they signed resignation form.
Basayina ke amaphepha okuba bayawuyeka lo mbutho.
They submitted to the main offices.
Banikeza ezo lawo maphepha kwi-office elikhulu.
If I'm not mistaken, some they took it to the regional offices of the NUM.
Xa ndikhumbula abanye bazithatha bazimikisa kwii-office zase-regions ze-NUM.
On the page that follows the first page, there is, the first paragraph seems to indicate that from the time that a new union, AMCU, was formed, it began to grow fairly phenomenally in those areas that are indicated, where you are, according to this article, as an organization, currently the representative of workers at various mines in Mpumalanga, including coal, chrome, and platinum mines, as well as coal mines in KwaZulu-Natal. It also has members at chrome and platinum mines in Limpopo, Two Rivers, and Modikwa. Is that correct?
Kucaca ke okokuba kwasekubakho i-union entsha evukayo eyakhula ngesivinini siphakeme kwaze kwathi ke kwangoko waba ngumuntu oyimele kwizimayini zaseMpumalanga eze-coal, ze-chrome, ze-platinum nakwezinye ezikwaZulu-Natal yaze yade yaba namalungu kwiimayini ze-chrome ne-platinum eLimpopo, eTwo Rivers naseMadikwe.
Yes, at Modiko, I think we're still having a organizational right dispute.
Ewe ngaphandle kokuthi pha eMadikwe ke kusekhona imbambano ethize ngezindlela zoku-organizer amalungelo okugqugquzela apho.
In paragraph 3 on that page, there seems to be a direct quote from you, namely, Mpumalanga is our strongest union, but I think Northwest is growing strongly. The numbers there may soon overtake the membership in Mpumalanga.
Apha ke kukho intetho evela kuwe ethi iMpumalanga i-region yethu eqine kakhulu kodwa ndicinga nase-Northwest iyakhula amalungu phaya ndibona azawugqitha iMpumalanga kungekude.
That's correct.
Ewe kunjalo.
Now, what obviously is of concern to us as families is the paragraph that begins with AMCU was widely blamed for the devastating strike in February and March and the accompanying violence. Do you see that?
Into esiphatha kakubi ke thina ikakhulu njengezalamane izihlobo zalaba bantu abasweleka apha kuthiwa iAMCU iye yatyholwa kakhulu ke ngezi strike ezenzeka ngoFebruary ezazihambelana nodushe.
Yes, I see that.
Ndiyayibona loo.
And then let's also look at the paragraph that follows. It was recruiting members at the gates of some of the implant shafts prior to the strike, only to be removed by security personnel. There was also ample evidence of discontent and even open revolt against the NUM among some workers, such as the rock drill operators, 4,300 of them who initiated the strike after they learned about an 18% bonus increase that was given to workers in higher category jobs. You see
Apha ke
that?
kuthiwa yayirecruiter imember emageyitini ase-implants kwi-shaft ezithize phaya ngaphambi kokuba kubekho esi strike bade basuswa phaya ngo-security. Kwathi ke kwabakhona nobungqina bokuba kukhona ukungevana okuthize phakathi kwayo neNUM kubasebenzi abathize ikakhulu kwi-rock drillers ezingu-4,300 ezinye zazo ezasusa istrike emva kokuba zive kokuba kukho i-18% eyaba ngukhushulelwa kwemivuzo kubasebenzi abathize bezinga eliphakeme.
Now, can I ask then questions based on that
Sorry,
paragraph?
Mr. Mr. Let's make it clear. I'm not sure it's clear to the people in the auditorium who haven't got the article before them. That's a reference to what happened at Impala Platinum earlier this year. Is that correct, Mr. Mathunjwa?
Apa sithetha ngalento eyenzeka phaya Impala Platinums kulo nyaka. Njalo Mathunjwa.
Sorry, sir, can you repeat?
The paragraph that was put to you from the article about the strike in February and March and the rock drill operators who were unhappy because an 18% bonus increase had been given to workers in higher category jobs. That was a reference to what happened at Impala Platinum earlier this year, the first half of this year. Is that correct?
Yes.
Uyavuma Mathunjwa kokuba apa kuthethwa ngalento eyenzeka phaya Impala Platinum ekuqaleni kulo nyaka.
Now, this is, as the chairman has been assisting, this would be in reference to what was debated in the last few days, reference being to what was called a 700 rand that was paid to rock drill operators outside the structures of, is that the one?
Mr. Benz, I'm sorry to interrupt you. My understanding was that the 700 rand increase was an offer made by Lonman after this trouble arose at Impala Platts, and Impala Platts gave an increase to their rock drill operators.
No.
Apparently, Amplatts did the same. Then the rock drill operators, this was the evidence, I think, in your absence, the rock drill operators at Lonman were unhappy because they thought they should get something similar. The suggestion was, and this is a point made by the witness, was that the Lonman people then negotiated directly with the rock drill operators, which he felt was wrong, in fact said so very strongly, and offered them 700, which they rejected. So it wasn't actually paid to them, as I understand it, but it was an offer on the table. I think that's correct, Mr. Mathunjwa.
And
Have I
it's
got
Shogan
it right?
Yes, sir, that's what I believe. it
Right.
was.
So now that we've clarified the sort of basic facts, now you can carry on with your question.
Thank you very much.
Isicacisiwe lento akuthethwa ngayo apha kuthethwa ngemali yokunganeliseki kwe-rock drill operators apho i-management yathi iza kubanika i-7 bangamamukelanga.
But what's your comment on that passage then? Relevant to what it says in the context of AMCO and its activities.
Uthini ke apha kuthethwa khona nge-AMCO nezenzo zayo ezithize.
No, I don't agree that AMCO should be associated with what has transpired at Impala. It has got nothing to do with AMCO. And again, it is of importance that one of the business, a business newspaper, yes, there's a business day. There was a magazine whereby Mr. Paul Dunn of Impala, I think it's more senior person at Impala, he was explaining what led to the strike of Impala. So therefore, this is not founded that AMCO was part of this violence strike.
Uthi apho uyayikhanyela into yokuba i-AMCO yaba nesandla ku-strike esenzeka phaya implants. Uthi kwavela kwi-business day apho kwakubhalwe khona umhlekazi uPaul Dunn owayechaza okokuba kwenzeke ntoni apho i-AMCO beyingana akho nxaxheba eyayithatha apho ndiyayikhanyela loo nto.
Do I understand you to be saying, to the extent that this article also says you were blamed also for the violence that took place, that accompanied the strike in February and March, you are saying AMCO has nothing to do with that?
Nalesi strike esenzeka phaya February March uyayikhanyela okokuba i-AMCO yayinenxaxheba apho.
AMCO has nothing to do with that.
AMCO ayiphathelene naloo nto.
Then there is the paragraph that I would like to get your comment, just a comment, that follows that, which says these events, that is now the whole question of the bonus, 18% bonus increase, etc., may have ignited the February-March strike, but the stoppage was probably the outcome of problems that had been simmering for years. One such issue was an agreement signed between the NUM and Implats in 2007, which stipulated a 50% plus one member threshold for recognition, practically making Implats a closed shop where minority unions have no rights.
Ake kuthiwa ezi zinto kungenzeka ukuba zizo ezezaphembelela esi strike esisenzeka kumiswa kwemisebenzi nezinkinga ezithize ezaziloku zikhona phambi kweminyaka ethize. Enye yezi zinto kuthiwa i-agreement, isivumelwano esasayinwa phakathi kweNUM ne-Implants ngo-2007 esasithi ukuze i-union ibe negunya lokuthetha phaya ngezemivuzo kufanele ibe na 50+1 member okokuba izifumane i-threshold ivalela ngokwenje njalo zonke ezi-union ezincinci ngaphandle.
No, I think here is the person who was writing the article, that
Yes.
is his feeling, so I don't agree with that. That is his sentiment.
Andivumelani nalento apha imibono yalo muntu wayebhala le phepha. Andivumelani nayo.
Yes. Now, whilst it may well belong to another phase of this commission's hearings, and I do not know if you have had any views about it, can I take advantage of your being on the stand as a leader of AMCO and get what your opinions are, if you have any, on what the author here says is practically making the mines a closed shop. In other words, the whole 50+1 principle. Do you have any views about that, generally?
Apha ke lo ebhala khona ngale closed shop ethi isivumelwano sokokuba makube khona i-50+1 xa i-union ingaba naleyo okokuba izivalele ezinye union. Umbono wakho uthini apho?
It may not belong to this part of the
Mr.
hearing.
Mr. Mayor, is it helpful, is you going to assist us on this phase of the inquiry to have evidence on it? Because if he gives evidence on it, then other people will be provoked into answering, and then we'll have a long debate on the matter.
Oh, yes.
I could assume that if he's got less than 50%+1 at Lonman, he wouldn't like that principle, that those with 50+1 have exclusive rights. So I think without his even saying it, we can assume that's what he says, and we may go into that in the second phase.
Yes.
But I don't want to let that genie out of this particular box at the moment, because I'll have difficulty putting it back while we're busy with phase one. And you and I are going to have a debate about restricting phase one at a later stage anyway. So let's not get involved in that now.
Mr. Chairman, I'm quite prepared not to pursue that line. Mr.
Sakuyeka
Mathunjwa,
leyo
you've heard the
ngombuzo.
chairman, I don't want you to get into that debate.
Umhlekazi sebenza
Thank you.
ngoba uzawuvela kwingxenye yesibili yalolu hlelo lwe-commission.
I believe that there is an article now that probably gives us the page that we are looking for.
It's replaced the original copies of Exhibit QQ1 with a new one.
Indeed, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chair, it would be very useful, forgive me, Mr. Chair, it would be very useful for the participants, the parties, to get a copy of this as well. It makes it easier to follow whatever might be said. Not,
Another copy,
One,
I don't have to, you, Mr. Tip, you're getting another one anyway.
there's one has emerged from the back rows, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I had asked that an adequate number of copies, about 20, should be made available to the commission, but
Mr. Tip's problem has disappeared, so you can carry on.
thank you, Mr. Chairman. I now sit without the city press one. Anyway. Now, I'm going on the, I don't know, I'm going on the original copy, the last page thereof. Mr. Mathunjwa.
I don't think you should do that because the original copy presumably is now going to go into the dustbin. So shouldn't you find the passage in the new one?
Which I don't have. Very funny.
Well, you can have my copy. I can't expect Mr. Tip to give you his, but you can have mine.
Something is happening at the back. It's probably because Mr. Mpofu is sitting there.
I rule.
Now, in the replaced copy of Exhibit QQI, it would be the third paragraph from the bottom where it starts, the NUM was originally, do you see that? Mr. Mathunjwa?
There is page?
The third page on this new exhibit QQI.
You see the page which begins with the word companies. That's the page that Council has in mind. And he wants you to look at the third last paragraph on that page, which begins, the NUM was originally born out of.
Thank you.
Now, you may or may not agree with this, you know, but the author says the NUM was originally born out of the lowest job categories of South African mine workers, mainly from the gold mines. More than 60% of its members were foreigners, mostly illiterate migrant laborers who were not interested in a career path.
Uyavumelana noma mhlawumbe uzakuyikhanyela lento kokuba ithi i-NUM lena ekuqaleni kwayo izelwe kubantu abasebenza phaya ezimayini abangabantu bokufika kuleli lizwe abaninzi babo kwizimayini zasegold zegolide abantu abasebenza kwimikhakha ephansi 60% yabo kungabantu abavela kumazwe angaphandle abantu abangafundanga ababangazimisela okokuba bade babe nezikhundla eziphakeme benza nje lowo msebenzi.
I cannot agree with it entirely, but yes,
Andinawuvumelana naye ngokupheleleyo kodwa ke ewe.
because there were coal mines. Yes, they are immigrant workers, but not that they were not prepared to be capacitated. That I don't agree with it.
Andivumelani ke nalento yokuba bebengenazo injongo zokuba baphakame apho emsebenzini.
By the way, you don't have to agree or disagree with it. I just was calling for your comments insofar as you are involved in that area of unionization. Now, it says nowadays that number has dropped to below 40%. An increasing portion of NUM's membership comes from what can be described as white-collar mining staff. The local NUM structures in Rustenburg, like the branch office bearers and shop stewards, are dominated by skilled higher-level workers. They are literate, well-spoken, and wealthy compared to the general workers and machine operators underground. What's your comment on that?
Pinike kule landelayo ethi kodwa kulezi nsuku lezi inani selehlile liseliphaya ku40%. Ukwanda kwabantu be membership yenum kuvela ngoku kwabantu abathe ukuphakama abanezikhundlanyana ezithize phaya kwimayini. I-structure zayo ikakhulu NUM phaya eRustenburg nakwi-branch offices ama-shop stewards abo iphethe ikakhulu ngabantu nezikhundla phaya emsebenzini, abantu abafundile, abathetha kakuhle, abantu abatyebile noko, bagqitha abazi-mission operators ngaphansi komhlaba.
I won't be in the position to comment on this.
Yes.
Andinako ukuba andinalwazi ngale ntetho.
Now, you may or may not have been involved as a union or as a structure or as a person in what follows, but the next paragraph says, during wage negotiations in September 2011, Implats wanted to give rock drill operators a higher increase than the rest of the workforce, but a committee of shop steward of the NUM demanded money to be split among the whole workforce. Needless to say, there wasn't a single rock drill operator on the shop stewards committee. The NUM moved quickly after the strike to correct the situation, but it was too late.
Andiyazi uba bowukhona na ngoba mhlawumbe bengekho apho kwi-negotiations zemiholo kwi-thethano zemvuzo ngo-2011. I-implants yayifuna ukunika i-rock drill operators imuvuzo ukuphakamiswa kwemali eliphakeme ukugqitha bonke aba abanye abasebenzayo. Kodwa ke i-committee ye-shop stewards akwanum yathi leyo mali mayohlulwe kubo bonke abasebenzi, noma ke kuleyo mhlangano kwakungekho noyedwa, kwakungekho i-shop steward eyodwa eyayivela kuma-rock drill operators. Inum yazama okokuba ilungise leyo nto, kodwa ke kwafumanisa uba bebetha lixesha.
I cannot comment on that. I was not party to it.
Ndandingekho apho andinampendulo endinayo.
The only thing that I know, as I referred earlier on, was that magazine from Business Day, where Paul Dunn was saying what transpired or what led to the strike at Impala.
Yes.
Phandle nje kokuthi kula into endayifunda phaya kwi-Business Times apho uDana bethetha khona balisa kokuba yintoni imbangela ye-strike esaba khona phaya e-implants.
Now, the last paragraph, I would like to hear your views thereon. AMCU is here to stay. It is a formidable opponent in the NUM, but Mathunjwa has proven that he and his national office bearers are up for the task.
Funa ukuva ukuba uthini ke apha ekugqibeleni apho ithi khona i-AMCU izohlala ikhona apha noma ke ijongene kakhulu nenum. uMathunjwa uye wabonisa okokuba yena ne-national office bearer zakhe baza kwazi ukujongana nalento.
My comment will be, we are not opponent to NUM, but yes, the stakeholders has to recognize AMCO as a trade union in the industry, but not that AMCO is an opponent of NUM.
Ndizawuthi nje into engekho la ukuba kukho impikisano phakathi kwethu ne-NUM, kodwa ke into endiyitshoyo kokuba wonke umuntu okhona phaya maka ayazi into okokuba i-AMCO iyi-trade union ekhona. Akunampikiswano inum.
Now, I'm asking this question.
Phakathi kwabo nenum.
Now, I was interested in your origins in the NUM and in the central position you now play in AMCO. Because as I've indicated to you, at the end of the day, for us, as families, we need to know whether we can submit to the chair and the commissioners at the end of the day that all those families whose members died, who belonged to AMCO, to NUM, and some were not even unionized, can look at the president of AMCO as having been responsible for their deaths, or can look as we said in our opening statements elsewhere. Do you appreciate that?
Uyayiva lento kokuba imibuzo lejongiswe kuwe qondwe ngayo kokuba inyaniso ivele if thina njengefamily sisazo kokuba ekugqibeleni apha umuno sizowukhomba kubani okunguyena owaba imbangela sijonge okokuba wena ke njengomuntu ophethe iAMCO awukho na into wayenza yabangela okokuba kude kusweleke aba bantu.
Yes, I'll appreciate, if I may be allowed by the commissioner, just to revert back to the earlier question of a comment.
Xa ndingavunyelwa iCommission ukuba ndike ndiphinde umva kula comment eyenziwa apha intetho eyavela apha
Where it reads, AMCO is here to stay. It has a formidable opponent in the NAM. What I wanted, not that, what I was trying to say here is an opponent, not in the sense of rivalry. It can be, my comment will be, is an opponent in the sense of competition, not in the bad way. That's what I wanted to.
chaza laa nto apha
clear.
umhlekazi uMathunjwa apha kuthethwa ngekhona ngegama lesingesi elithi opponent uthi apha kukhona akusho ukungavani ngendlela embi kuba kuba nempikiswano phakathi kwabo nenum into nje uthi into ekhona ukuthi nabo bakhona naba bakhona ke ayikuba kukho ukungavani phakathi kwabo.
I was trying this on your earlier comment of the English.
Uthi ulungisa laa nto bevele ngayo umsekazi uNtsebeza ukuba nesingesi sike sithi ukusibetha noko kancinci.
You are trying to explain English in English.
Yes.
Uzama ukuchaza isingesi ngesingesi
Yes, I mean, it is quite serious. It is very important for us to understand what you see the relationship between AMCO and NUM to be. Is it a relationship where you compete through ideas for membership in the workplace, or is it the kind of competition which has been portrayed here, which sometimes is engaged in recklessly, irrespective of what the consequences may be?
Into endiyibuzayo ubudlelwano obukhona phakathi kwenu nenum okokuba impikisano eye ibe khona phaya iye ibe khona ngemibono nangezinto eziphathelene nemisebenzi ikanene impikiswano enjengoba ivezwe apho kokuba kuyakuthethwe izintetho ezithize kusetshenziswe namazwi arhabaxa kungajonganga okokuba imphumela yazo ingaba yintoni.
Mr. President, may I interpose at this stage? I want to make it clear to the witness. We're going to take the tea adjournment now anyway, but I will make this clear to you. If at any stage in your evidence you are at loss for the correct English word, and there's something you want to say and you're not quite sure how to say it in English, please say it in isiZulu, because we have a very competent, capable interpreter who understands, I think, all the vernacular languages in South Africa, plus English and Afrikaans. And he will be able to interpret it for you into English. So I'm not suggesting that you switch over to the vernacular completely. You're entitled to do that if you wish. But if you carry on in English, and there's some point that you feel you're not doing justice to in your English, then say it in isiZulu, and the interpreter will express it very accurately in English for you. Okay? With this a suitable stage,
Umhlekazi uMathunjwa
It is,
kokuba ngafaka nesizulu xa ebona okokuba kukho igama lesingesi lithize limbethayo emnika sonke ukuba akho ngxaki ezawuba khoyo apha sizawuthatha ixesha letiye ngoku.
The Commission will take the short term.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
The commission resumes. Mr. Mathunjwa, you still under oath.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Nsebeza, now that you finished your tea, have you any more questions?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've just drunk the list. Now, Mr. Mathunjwa, I just want to give you one more opportunity to clarify for me what has become, I think, an embarrassing rumor for all of us, and that is the two miners who, until the 16th, were believed by many of your comrades to have been killed. Now, you were asked about that yesterday by my learned friend from NUM. Do you recall that?
Yes, that's correct.
uyayikhumbula into kokuba kude kube 15 beku nenkolelo ukuba khona abasebenzi emgodini ababini ababulawa.
And I think you were referred to Exhibit 009, where it was put to you that you had said it was confirmed that the two miners had been killed by NUM members in the context of him going either to or past the offices of NUM. You remember that?
uyayikhumbula into ethi ukuba kho apho uthatha khona ukuthi aba basebenzi emgodini ababini babulawa xa begqitha phaya eofisini ze NUM.
Yes, I do remember.
Just for the record,
uyayikhumbula loo ntetho?
that was not 009. The debate about the confirmation arose out of LL, the SAFM interview.
Oh,
Exhibit like
It actually concerned what was said in the SAFM interview, but also that statement was made elsewhere in the hearings. And so the topic was discussed not only with reference to LL, but
Yes.
other exhibits as well. But I don't know that anything turns on the point. We understand what Mr. Nsebeza is saying.
uyevakala umbuzo kaMhlekazi Msebenza okokuba kuye kwathethwa ngawo kaninzi phezolo.
no, it was, it was actually 009, but as you say, Mr. Chairman, I am aware of LL, and I will refer to LL first. But the point here, is it correct that both in 009, in a text that was not read to you as the question was put to you because it ended at confirmed, you did give an explanation which is an explanation that actually is in 009, namely that you had heard this allegation of two people having been killed from your officials, and that it was something that was being said generally that two miners had been killed.
Intetho evele apha apho usithi khona uvenge officials zakho kokuba kwabulawa abasebenzi mgodini ababini.
Yes, that is correct.
Ewe kunjalo.
Now, I know that you were not involved in these events until the 15th.
Yazi ukuba ubungekho kwezi zehlakalo kude kube ngomhla ka-15.
But just to Just to find what your attitude is, there is a transcript of the confrontation at the railway line on the 13th of August, 2012, which I would like to draw your attention to. I've arranged for copies to be circulated, Mr. Chairman, if
Thank you.
Kukho ikopi esawunika zona ngoku kule ntetho azokubuza yona ngembambano yayikhona phaya ngakujantshi ngase-railway line.
You don't have to make it an exhibit, obviously, but you can perhaps call out the page number in the transcript, which will make it helpful when we read the record later.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Now, on page 9 thereof, do you have a copy?
So basically, you don't understand me. If it's a transcript of what was said here, it would be helpful if you gave us from that page 9 the transcript page where the passage that you're going to put to the witness appears.
It's a separate transcript from what I'm told, Mr. Chairman.
If it isn't part of the official transcript that we've had so far, then we'd have to give it an exhibit number. If it is taken from that official transcript, then all we need is the page numbers.
I'm made to understand that it is a transcript of the video clip.
If it isn't in the transcript already, then let's give it an exhibit number. And
Yes,
if Ms. Pillay will be kind enough to tell us what we must call it, we will then do what she tells us to do.
I would prefer it to be so, that we give it an exhibit number, because
Chair, the exhibit will be QQ2.
Thank you, Ms. Pillay. Perhaps also, for the sake of good order, tell us either now or later which video it is, the various reference numbers to it, so it can be identified. You don't have to tell us now if you haven't got the information available to you, but at some stage, perhaps when we resume next week, you can give us that information for the sake of good housekeeping.
Mr. Chairman, I usually rely on those who assist me when it comes to these technical things, but I'm sure they will come to my rescue as far as that is concerned.
Got a week to get the necessary information.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Now, and I also apologize for having marked the copy from which all the copies have been made, but page 9, do you see page 9 of Exhibit QQ2?
If the passage you're going to refer to, then we would have marked it anyway, so you've very kindly done it for us in advance.
Yes, it's between lines, 1 to 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22.
Yes, I see page 9.
Ndijongile ku page 9 ngoku kule exhibit.
It would appear, you will disagree with me if you want to, it would appear that as early as the 13th, and you were not involved in any way with this thing at that date.
That's correct.
If you read there, it says on Saturday, this is one of the lawn min workers talking to General Mpembe and the police contingent were there. He says, on Saturday when we came back, the mine security shot at us, together with the people from NUM, and killed 2 of our people. That is the reason we are carrying these weapons. We are not fighting with anybody. We did not fighting with anybody. Now, 2 points are made there. Firstly, it speaks to what you were saying about how the story about the death of the 2 people got disseminated. Do you agree?
Apha uzavumelana nami okokuba apha kuthetha omnye wabasebenzi bakwa Lonmin ethetha namapolisa phaya uthi ngomgqibelo sadutshulwa nge-security zase-mines Dubula nabantu be-NUM kwasweleka ababili babantu bethu siso sizathu siphethe ezi zixhobo kasilwi namntu le ifakazela intetho evezwe nguwe apha kuthetheni kwakho kunjalo.
Yes.
Ewe.
And it seems, does it not, that if there were suggestions, and I cannot put it higher than that, but if there were suggestions that you were the author of these rumors, it seems these were rumors that were disseminated by the workers themselves based on what they believe had happened.
Xa kuthiwa ke nguwe uwawuveza le ntetho lena kubonakala ngokuba iyayithethwa ngabasebenzi kwakuyinto ababekholwa ukuba yenzekile phambi kokuba ube khona wena kwesehlakalo.
That's correct.
Ewe kunjalo.
Now, the second thing that clip seems to say, and I would like you to comment on that if you are able to, is the fact that, as it was put to you, the workers in that confrontation purported to give reasons why they are carrying what has since been referred to as dangerous weapons. I'm not saying they were right or wrong. I'm simply saying it does appear that they are giving a reason why they are carrying weapons.
Apha ke kucaca enga abasebenzi uthi umhlekazi andisho kokuba beba right noma be wrong ngokuphatha izixhobo ezi kodwa apha banika isizathu esenze okokuba baze baphathe izixhobo zabo kunjalo.
Yes.
Ewe.
Now, I want to understand you in the light of submissions that I may make on behalf of all the families which I said I represent. By the way, you yourself did not seem to be unduly perturbed that the workers were carrying spears and assegais, and you talked about culture.
Apha wena ke awuzange ujongeke njengomntu okhathazeke kakhulu ngokuphatha kwabo izixhobo aba bantu uye wathetha ngamasiko athize.
Yes.
Ewe.
And you even suggested that we shouldn't read more into what my learned friend for SAPS had referred to as saber rattling, the clashing of the metal by the workers, both at the railway line and at the copy when you went there.
Uye wachaza ke nokuthi ukushaya lo kwezixhobo kuhambisana nemvumo namagwijo athiza akuyona into ekufanele sijonge njengeinto eyinkathazo kakhulu. Phaya esporweni naphaya kulenye indawo apho bebacula khona.
Yes, that's correct.
Ewe kunjalo.
Why do you consider that it is not something to be unduly concerned about?
Yintoni ke
When
eyenza
people
okokuba
are
uthi
singing.
into engakhathazi leyo ukubethiswa kwezixhobo kanje?
It's because, I mean, where I'm coming from, and as if it's December now, I will be going home, and I will be attending more ceremony, cultural ceremony, where ngizothatha le nduku yami kuthiwa ubhoko, bese ke ngiyahamba nezinsizwa siye embondweni.
I am referring, Ms. Chairperson, to where I come from. As it is December now, I'll be going back home, where I will take my stick, known in Zulu as ubhoko, it's a sharpened stick, and continue and go to such cultural ceremonies as ubondweni.
And as we sing there and dance, these happenings you are experiencing every time.
And as we sing and dance there, he indicates there's clapping of these traditional weapons is something that you see every time.
As we sing.
As we sing, njengoba sicula, uthi into oyibona ngawo onke amaxesha ukuba kuye kubethwe izixhobo kanje xa kuculwa phaya kubethwa amagwijo.
And I understood you to saying if they had nothing in their hands, they would be clapping hands.
Dive usithi
what you
xa
said
umuntu
yesterday?
engaphathanga nto ke esandleni kuye kubethwe izandla ngolu hlobo ukhombisa ngalo kunjalo.
That is correct.
Ewe nyaniso leyo.
And if they had sticks, they would be clashing sticks, sticks upon stick.
Xa bephethe intonga kuye kubethinswe zona ngolo hlobo kunjalo.
It is correct, and even those that they've got a shield, ihawu.
Even though nalabo abaphethe amahawu, those who have got shields would do the same. Bazokwenza njalo.
Now you have referred to ceremonies in KwaZulu-Natal. Have you had occasion to see the king of the Zulu in ceremonies where, starting with himself, the weapons that they had, weapons in quotes, are fairly dangerous?
Thukuyoba nalo na ithuba lokuthi ube khona emcimbini mhlawumbe la kukhona inkosi uBhejane ephethe ezakhe naye ngokwakhe.
Yes, I still remember when I was still schooling in Natal, when we attended the Shaga ceremony at Stenga. We used to see uBhejane ephuma esiqewini holding his spear.
I remember when I was still at school, Ms. Chairperson, when we attended a ceremony at in Stenga, where I happened to see His Majesty the King of the Zulus, called uBhejane ophuma esiqewini. Wabona inkosi yamaZulu kumkane uZwelithini lo bizwa ngokuba uBhejane ophuma esiqewini.
Now, I mean, all situations differ for different purposes. Is it your evidence that it was possible that even though those people were armed with pangas and assegais, the situation could have been resolved without any loss of life if there had been a proper negotiation, and the fact that they were carrying those spears and pangas
Ngumbono
is
wakhe
inconsequential.
umbono wakho kokuba noma aba bantu bebaphethe intonga nephanga bexhome ngoluya hlobo lento ibinako okuba isombululwe ngendlela ebeyingenakuba nophala legazi xa kuye kwaba khona ukuthethiswana okuvakalayo.
That is my belief.
Inkolelo yam ke leyo.
I don't know in Zulu culture, but I know that in another Nguni, the Xhosa culture, people do attend even initiation ceremonies armed sometimes to the teeth, and nothing ever happens.
Ndiyayazi ke into yokuba andazi apha ngasesizulwini okokuba kunjani. Kodwa ke kwamanye amasiko nesithethe zamanye abantu abanjengamaXhosa kuye kubekho abantu abaxhobe ngendlela limangazayo noma kuhanjiswa akhwenkwa ayiswa osikweni osokeni kungenzeki into apho kungabikho umuntu owenzakalayo.
Yes, that could be possible.
Ewe kuyenzeka kanjani.
But in some situations, if truth be told, they usually are stick fights, and people do get injured.
Kuye kwenzeke ke kwamanye amaxesha kokuba kubekho umlo obakhona kubethwane ngentonga apho kube khona abantu abonzakalayo kunjalo.
That's correct. Lokho sikubiza ukuthi ukungcweka.
Yes, we refer to that as ukunxeka, a stick fighting exercise. Baye ba jongane ke apha esizulwini kujongana kubona ukuba ngubani oyazi kakuhle intonga ugqitha omnye.
Now, from objective evidence, starting from Exhibit 2, it seems to me that between the 13th and the 16th, we know that those mine workers were armed with assegais and pangas.
Kuyabonakala ka bakuswa nge13 phaya aba baqhankqalazi bebeziphethe izixhobo bephethe zonke izinto ezifana nephanga.
That's correct.
Kunjalo.
And from the footage that we have seen, and I will not refer to footage which we have not seen, but the footage that we have seen, particularly the footage at the railway line,
Thetha ke ngemfanekisi imiboniso lesiya siyayibona ndithethi ngesingakayiboni ikakhulu lo wathathwa phaya ngakujantshi ngasesiporweni.
we have not seen an engagement between the police and the workers that shows us how the deaths of 3 miners on that day and 2 policemen occurred. How did it start? How did it go through? And how do we now end with 3 miners killed and 2 policemen killed?
Imifanekiso lesiya sayibona apha akukho la kuke kwavela khona apho kubonisa khona uba iyaqala kanjani lento yaqhubeka kanjani apho kude kwaseleka khona abasebenzi abathathu namapolisa amabili.
That's correct.
Ewe kunjani.
What we do know from a presentation that was given to us
Kwinto esiyaziyo ke eya nikezwa kuthina
by SAPS
nikezwe yona uSAPS
was that the miners
slide are you referring to, Mr.?
I'm trying to get the slide. I think it would be slide 46, is it? 46, Chairman and Commissioners.
Thank you.
Chair, if I may just mention for the purposes of the record that the video clip that was referred to in relation to QQ2 is Z1, Exhibit Z1. It's Z1. Yes.
Thank you, Ms. Pillay. So the video is Z1. Z for Zodwana.
That's correct, yes.
Right. The exhibit that I refer to now is Exhibit L.
Esithetha ngayo ngoku exhibit L le phambi kwethu ngoku.
And we have slide 46, which gives us an idea
Asifunda
from
apha
General
ku-46.
Mbembe,
Slide okokuba
General Mbembe, as to what happened there.
lokokuba uGeneral Mpembe wenza isigqibo sokuba kwenziwe ntoni apho.
Now, I'm not asking you to agree or disagree with General Mbembe. What I'm seeking to find out from you is whether you agree with an impression I have of that presentation, that it doesn't actually tell us how those deaths occurred. We do not seem to have an indication as to who started what and how.
Mr. Zibeza, if you go over the page, slide 47, I think you may find the information you're looking for.
Uthi umhlekazi usebenza apha xa sijonga ku-46 ayibonisi okokuba le nto sithetha ngayo yokusweleka kwabantu aba namapolisa yenzeka kanjani, isixela nje okokuba uMpembe wayethini apho.
Oh, yes. On slide 47, bullet 3,
Xa sijonga elandelayo ku-47 slide sesithathu,
we are told that a group of protesters with their dangerous weapons turned around and charged at the members behind them. Do you see that?
kuthiwa apha ke abaqhankqalazi aba babexhome ngendlela emangalisayo basebejika baphenduka umva baya kula mapolisa abesiza emva kwabo. Uyayibona loo nto?
Yes, I do.
Ewe ndiyayibona.
But to the extent that that seeks to tell a story of what happened, we have not seen a video footage of that happening,
Kodwa ke into le ethethwa apha
certainly
azange
to this point.
siboniswe
And
umfanekiso.
to you, no video footage of the mine workers turning around and charging at the police has been shown to you.
Kasizange siboniswe ke lo mfanekiso apha abaqhankqalazi bejika umva baya emapoliseni. Anawe ngokwakho awuzange ubone umfanekiso njalo, kawubona?
It is correct. The only session that I saw when it was played, it's while they were still next to the railway line, General Mpembe talking to the strikers.
Uthi umfoka Mathunjwa apho ndagqibela khona ndiyibona mna ngeli xesha behleli phaya uGeneral Mpembe ngasesiporweni ethetha nabo.
Mr. Beza, if you don't want me to make this point, I won't, but if you look at the second bullet, there is an explanation given by the police. It appears that the protesters who were on their way to the copy it's put that they changed direction towards the village. I'm not sure that's right, because you look at the photograph, it looks as if it was a straight line from where they were to the Kopi. You pass through the informal settlement anyway. But anyway, be that as it may, to prevent them from entering the village, the police used tear gas and stun grenades. Grenades that produce two large explosive sounds to disperse the protesters, discouraging them from the intended path. So the inference is they thought they were being attacked, and they then appear to have defended themselves or done what they thought was necessary to defend themselves. So there is an explanation of sorts in slide 47. But you're quite correct in saying we haven't got a video clip that actually shows us that happening. But presumably, one or other of the survivors of that group on the 13th may be able to give evidence and explain to us what happened.
No, I'm quite happy with that indication, Chair.
Uthi umgcini sihlalo kukho inkcazelo phaya ukuba aba bantu basebejika beshona kwelicala lase uhlaleni phaya ezindlini amapolisa adubula i-tear gas ne-stun grenade azama ukubanqanda okokuba bangayi kwelo cala nokuzama ukubahlukanisa mhlawumbe bacinga okokuba apho bayahlaselwa noko singazange siyibone ivideo ekhombisa lento. Uthi umhlekazi uyathemba umgcini sihlalo okokuba mhlawumbe kukho ingqina elalekhoyo apho kulabo bantu elizokwazi ukuthi lisichazele okokuba kwenzeka ntoni.
Well, I want to be able to get from you so that I can make a submission, if it is possible to do so, is whether I understand you to be saying the mere fact that people are armed with assegais and spears and pangas in and of itself is no indication that they are a violent people.
Into endithanda ukuyibuza kuwe Mathunjwa nichazele yona endizawuthanda ukuthi ndiyibeka pha phambi kwekhomishoni. Inkcazelo oyinikezayo okokuba abantu bakowethu xa bexhome bephethe imikhonto nezinto ezinjengalezo ayichaze leyo nto okokuba aba bantu kuyiwa empini kuyoliwa.
It is correct in general.
Okuqhelekileyo into enjengaleyo.
Now, what is the role of song in these cultural events?
Kwezi zinto ke zakowethu sithethe namasiko igwijo umculo into wenza ntoni?
Chair, can my learned friend just explain for my benefit what he refers to as a cultural event?
Uthi ke makamchazele okokuba xa ethetha ngezinto zamasiko apha uchaza into enjani.
Maybe let me rephrase. What do you understand to be a role of song in situations where people are gathered?
Mandibeke ngolhlobo ke ndingathi ezamasiko mandithi nje apho khona izihlwele zabantu becula isuke ichaza ukuthini lo nto.
Can I just be assisted here because I'm trying to follow the debate and I don't. Is that gathering for a sports meeting or is it part of a political meeting or is it at the Kopi or can my learned friend put it into context please, then I can try to follow.
Following on from what Mr. Berger says, you talked about a ceremony. Now, what ceremony was being performed by the railway line? What ceremony was being performed at the Kopi? I can understand people carry spears at at ceremonies. I don't know what the position is with the Xhosa-speaking people, but in Swaziland they have spears at weddings, and in fact, for the marriage to be valid, I understand the spear has to strike the ground. But so one can understand there's ceremonial reasons for having spears, but what ceremonial reason is suggested was present on the occasion that you're talking about and putting to the witness.
That's why, Mr. Chair, I withdrew the word ceremony or cultural event. I am asking the witness if the witness knows what the role of song is at gatherings. Now, my learned friend wants to know whether I'm talking about sports gatherings or a gathering such as we are dealing with
I
here.
don't know that the question relates to, I mean, the objection relates to the question as you reformulated it. So you put the question. I don't see Mr. Berger's microphone light turned on, so let's hear what the witness has to say and answer the question you asked.
No, in fact, Chair, I raised an objection against the gathering. I don't know whether it's a gathering at Loftus or a gathering at the Koppie or a gathering at a political party. And if I don't understand that context, I won't follow the answer to be given.
Mhlekazi uBheke uthuxakwa indlela esetshenzwa ngayo igama elithi umhlangano umbuthano uthi umbuthano wepolitiki oseLoftus Versfeld wemidlalo wemichato yantoni le gathering ekuthethwa ngayo apha.
In fact,
Perhaps you should make it clear what kind of gathering you're talking about. If you're talking about gatherings in general, the answer may differ from the answer that you may get if you define the gathering more closely.
Angasichazela nje apho kokuba ubuza abantu abahlangene ngasizathu sini.
perhaps let me just ask a direct question, Chair, so that there is no debate about where I'm getting to. Questions were put to you yesterday. And there was a reference to a clip or to the transcript of a clip
Uyabuza imibuzo izolo
Where-
abuza nange othize.
a song which you testified later on, or earlier on, which you had testified you had expressed a view that it should no longer be sung because it might be misunderstood. You said there, it was put to you that the song was not helpful in quelling the situation because the song was saying, Inam siza kuyibulala kanjani? How are we going to kill the Nam? You remember that?
Uyakhumbula
Questions,
apho uphendula lo mbuzo apho kwakuculwa khona kokuba inam sizayibulala kanjani.
That's correct.
Ewe.
And that was at the gathering on the copy.
Andithi apho kula kwakuhlangene khona phaya entabeni.
That's correct.
Ewe.
And part of your answer, correct me if I'm wrong, seemed to be suggesting that the song was not suggesting that NUM members must be killed physically or literally. Did I
Yeah,
get you
ngoba-
right?
Ndikuvile ke ubowuthi wena eliculo alitsho kokuba makubulawe amalungu enum bona ngokwabo njengabantu.
In fact, in its own words, it says, how are we going to kill NUM?
Itsho
Is that not
kanjalo
it?
ngamagama akuba siyoyibulala kanjani inum.
That's correct.
Ewe.
And therefore, please correct me if I'm wrong, would it be, are you seeking to convey that the members there were saying, how can we destroy the effectiveness or leadership role of NUM as a union in this mine?
Apha uchaza ukuba wena wayiva engathi leli gwijo lithetha kokuba singayoyisa kanjani inum singayoyisa kanjani amandla enum nobuholi bayo hayi ngokubulawa kwabantu abangamalungu ayo.
That is correct. If I remember, I referred as a competition, to kill a competition.
Yes.
Ewe ndiye ndathetha ngolo hlobo ngathi mina uzama ukubulala i-competition ekhona impikiswano ephakathi kwabo njengemibutho.
And to take a leaf out of my learned friend for Lonmin's book about sport gatherings, this is the kind of language that is used when rival teams like Orlando Pirates and Kaizer Chiefs play. Wafa wafa, kuyafiwa la, ziwa la, isn't it?
I also ndizawuthatha ke namazwi athethwe ngumhlobo wam apha apho udlala khona amakhosi namabhakabhaka apho kuthiwa khona wafa zifa lana. Wafa in English would be die, they are dying here.
No, without being facetious, and there would be songs at sports stadia by rival groups at which we say, we are going to kill you here, we are going to finish you here.
Andithi kuba khona amagwija njengalawo athi sizokunibulala sizokunigqibezela apha sizokuniqeda apha.
Yes, that is correct.
Ewe kunjalo mntana.
And in that context, just as there would have been footages showing verbal or bellicose people, there would be people who would even run their fingers across their necks to each rival team, indicating that this is the end of you in this tournament.
Andithi kuye kube khona nabantu abaye babambe iminwe yabo bathi apha entanyeni okokuba siza kunigqiba apha nezofela apha.
Yes, I've seen that.
Ewe ndike ndayibona loo nto.
To be sure, even in those games, there have been scenes of violence. But is it your suggestion that it will be too far-fetched to then say, because there has been violence, then it is clear that the indications of wafa or sizanqeda la were meant to suggest that the intention of those who made those gestures were to kill their opponents?
Xa sesiyibeka ke ngendlela enje okokuba xa ubona izinto ezinjengalezo umuntu uyacinga ukuba aba bantu basho ukubulala nyani abo bantu okokuba kuphela kwesigqibo esingenziwa okokuba inhloso yabo ukuthi babulale umuntu apho.
No, it's not.
Akunjalo.
Now, is song even in tense situations, like the situation at the railway mine, also intended to give courage to those who feel or who face a confrontation situation? Is it also used in that?
Andithi amaculo ke ayasetshenziswa amagijo njengezinto zokuphakamisa zokukhuthaza abo bantu ezinhliziyo zabo eziphansi ukuthi bakhuthale njengabanye.
That's correct.
Yes,
And
kunjalo.
again, I don't want to be making facetious. In football as well as and I will come to the situation at the railway line.
Ndiqale phaya ebholeni ke ndizawuza apha kwi-railway line.
When a situation is tense, people resort to song. Students used to do it when they were surrounded by police at colleges with dogs and whatever. They would resort to song. We shall overcome this, that, and the next thing.
Andithi ke kuye kuculwe noma isimo simaqongo kanjani. Ndikhumbula ama-student xa ezungeze ngamapolisa abecula okokuba sizakohlula sizokuwina.
Yes, we do sing songs.
Ewe ayacula amaculo anjalo.
I hesitate to introduce this exhibit.
Ndingathanda okokuba ndiyiveze ke noko le esisibonelo le exhibit le landelayo.
But it is relevant to song that was sung
kodwa ke iphathelene neculo elaliculwa phaya
at the railway line.
phaya kujantshi railway line.
And if we can have those exhibits, Mr. Chairman, it's an exhibit that would follow the one that has already been distributed. QQ3.
Xa singafumana le exhibit elandelayo elandela uQQ2 kuzoba nguQQ3.
The transcript also of one of the video clips we saw,
Yes, yes.
again for extra rower line. Is this still Z1?
Chair, we will confirm once we see the transcript. We just haven't seen it as yet.
We will discover in due course how the video may be described. Yeah, thank you.
Now, the whole question of killing the Boers has been a subject of debate in the country since the trial in the South Gauteng High Court, and the matter which I think is still a subject matter of appeal. And I believe it's been settled. But it is a song that continues to be sung in those kinds of situations without necessarily suggesting that there is an imminent intention of killing anyone. Is that what you are saying?
Uthi apha umhlekazi kukho igwijo ebeliculwa elithi bulala amabhulu lade layofika phaya enkantolo yamajaji ephakeme eGauteng ayikapheli nangoku kodwa ke sebazama ukuba bayicime lonto. Umbuzo ukuthi hlala liculwa ke liculo kodwa alisho kokuba xa kusukwa apho kuyobulawa abantu.
I object to this question, Chair. This is really not advancing the debate before you. My learned friend is giving the evidence and he's not sworn, so we can't ask him questions. The witness is not called as an anthropologist or an expert on cultural songs in this country. I object to that question.
Mhlekazi uBerger uthi akavumelani ke nale mbuzo uthi umhlekazi unikeza ukungqina engekho phansi kwesifungo elingqina alibizwanga njengenzululwazi yamasiko nezithethe zakwantu.
What do you say about that objection, Mr.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This witness in cross-examination yesterday was asked, and it was suggested to him, that as a leader, he allowed songs to be sung, which as a responsible leader, he didn't seem to say anything about to the people. And one of those songs was the one that appeared to be demonizing the NUM.
Elingqina mhlekazi liyabuzwa imbuzo izolo ethi bekucula amagwijo phaya likhona amagwijo onela phansi inum wangatsho nto yena ngumholi wale union ibicula.
The witness did say that he conceded that objectively viewed, the songs were menacing and terrifying to NUM persons who would have heard them. He conceded that. He said he felt uncomfortable about them, and he actually spoke to the person who had sung the song afterwards and said he shouldn't have done it. That was his evidence. You're now seeking to ask him questions effectively as an expert on songs, trying to establish, as far as I can see, that they aren't as menacing, as terrifying as he conceded yesterday they were. So I'm inclined to think that the objection is well-founded, but because the evidence you're now seeking to obtain from him is, as it were, general expert evidence about the nature of songs of this kind in general. Now, that's not the evidence he gave yesterday. I've repeated to you what he said yesterday.
Ubungqina bakhe bayizolo ndingaphinda kokuba utheni uye wathi yena wabona eligwijo linokoyikisa abantu abangamamemba enum apho wade watsho kokuba emva koko uye wathetha naye lo muntu belicula elogwijo ngoku sibuzwa imibuzo apha njengomuntu oyinzululwazi kumaculo lawa esintu.
Chairman, I won't push it.
You've exercised a wise discretion. I suggest you move on to the next point.
Ndiyabulela
Mr.
uthi
Chairman.
akasaqhubeki ngalowo mbuzo umhlekazi Nsebeza
I may just make submissions later on about it, but
kuzawuthi ke emva kwexesha ndibeke imbono yam phambi kwekomishoni.
now, we have established through you that the belief,
I'm sorry to interrupt you. I take it that exhibit QQ3 then disappears, and we will reserve that designation for some other exhibit that you may or may not present later.
it may emerge at some other time,
Yes.
but Mr. My lady friend for Lonmin has effectively expunged it from the records.
It's killed.
I accept that. He just missed the wisdom of
Everyone
some
will
of
be
the
pleased-
lyrics.
Everyone will be pleased that the third song has been expunged.
Sivuya sonke okuba eli lesithathu kan
Yes.
linawucula apha linamazwi angamandi no.
Maybe that's what I wanted to get to, Mr. Chairman, but we are together. Now, I have already put the proposition to you
Ndabeka kuwe ngolu hlobo
that I understand you when you say what you say on the mountain or at the mountain, namely that NUM people had killed your members, is something that as early as the 13th of August 2012, the miners themselves were saying openly, in this case, to the police themselves.
andithi ndikuva kakuhle uthi xa uthetha phaya entabeni ngale mini uthi abantu be-NUM babulele abantu benu bekuyintetho leyo ebesiqhelekile kusuka nge-13 abaqhankqalazi bona ngokwabo beyithetha nakumapolisa.
No, that was not the evidence of the witness. The witness arrived at the scene on the 15th under the misapprehension of that version which he got from his officials. He was quite unaware at that point in time of what had been said at the railway line, Chair.
Uthi umhlekazi uBerger hayi akubobungqina bakhe obo ufike phaya wathetha into ayive nge-officials zakhe akuyonto eyayithethwa phaya kwi-railway line ngale yamini.
I uphold the objection. I mean, you've established the point that the miners already believed that on the 13th. That point you've really got on record. You don't have to make it again. It's sometimes not a good idea to try to remake a point that's been made already, because sometimes you lose it. You've got the point on record.
Seyivezile umhlekazi
It didn't
Nsebeza
add
le.
anything to what this particular
Okokuba
witness was
yintetho-
saying at the time when he was at the mountain on the 15th. So I suggest
Yaseyikhona
you
le ithethwa yaziwa
move on to
ngaba.
something slightly different.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do accept this. You did mention it to also having something that the media had been talking about. Did you not yesterday when you asked?
Andithi uyatsho nayizolo ukuba namaphepha imedia ibesithetha ngayo loo nto.
Referring To which one?
The
Just
fact
to
that
correct.
there had been 2 people who had been killed as they were going past the offices of the NUM.
yaba abantu ababini aba ukuthiwa babulawa begqitha phaya kwi-office ze-NUM.
Mr. Chair,
The,
I object to that proposition. I don't recall any evidence from the witness yesterday that he had learned from the media that 2 people had been killed on the way to the NUM office or past the NUM office.
Again, I'm inclined to uphold that objection too. Mr. Spencer, I don't quite understand what you're getting at. I think you've established that he believed that was true, that he'd been told that by one of his officials. You've also established, not that it's relevant to his state of mind, that the miners already believed that on the 13th. I don't remember any evidence about it being in the media, but even if it was in the media, how would that take the case any further? It seems to me that you made the point that I think you're trying to make, and I don't know how that point can be taken further. The point is made, and you can, so for what it's worth, you can move on to something else. Unless there's some point that I've missed that is important for you.
Well,
Mentioned in the media, I don't think appears from anything that was said yesterday.
Apha kuthiwa ayivelanga ke lento kumaphepha njengoba esitsho inkolelo ebekade isikhona kuwo onke umuntu obesebenza phaya naye wayiva ngolo hlobo.
well, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, I stand to be corrected. That's my recollection of what he said. But it's not something that I will go to war with. As far as that goes, and to the extent
To
that...
use a metaphor, Mr. Spencer.
Mr. Chairman, that seems to be the tapering end of my now, it was put to you that you should have gone to the mountain, addressed 3,000 to 4,000 people who were not members of your organization and whom you had not met, the large number of whom you had not met, who were on the mountain in an unprotected strike. And that you should have gone there and said, listen here, disarm, go back to work. Now, I know you gave answers to that, but I just want to be comfortable in understanding what your position is. Why didn't you do that?
Apha Mhlekazi Mathunjwa wacelwa wabuzwa okokuba uye wathunywa phaya entabeni bantu abangamawaka amathathu abangezona ii-members zombutho wakho abanye ongabazi abantu abaxhomile kuthiwa uye phaya kubo ufike ubaxela ukuba ejongana apha bekani phantsi isixhobo nisuke nihamba apha entabeni uthini ngaloo nto umbono wakho uthini apho?
it was not easy to do that. Reason being, one, the company has reneged from its previous night commitment.
Bekungalula okokuba ndiyenze loo nto. Okokuqala nje ikhampani yaseyiphendukile kwisigqibo besithethe phezolo.
Two, I don't have any security next to me, no police around me, I'm not in an armored vehicle.
Okwesibini bendingenakhuseleko phaya kungekho mapolisa kungekho nqwelo yamapolisa ebeyilapho kum.
As it was arranged the previous night that no one should use his private vehicle to get to the copy.
njengoba bekusisigqibo besenziwe phezulu kokuba akunamuntu oyawuvunyelwa ukuba ahambe ngeyakhe imoto kuya phaa entabeni.
Then I had to use the wisdom that prevailed to me in that instance. How can I put it?
Apha kwakudingeka ukuba ndisebenzise ubuhlakani endandinabo ukuba ndiyibeke kanjani le nto kula madoda.
Would it be fair to say that you used the best method that you knew of, both from practice, in how to negotiate in circumstances as volatile as we have been led to believe on the day?
Mandithi ke phaya waya wasebenzisa ubuhlakani obokade unabo kumsebenzi obokade wenza nangolwazi onalo okokuba unegotiate kanjani nabantu phansi kwemeko ezimaxongo ngolhlobo.
All of what I was doing, as I'm saying, was out of my best to win the trust and also to bring hope to them that even this is the situation, but it can be dealt in the better way within labor framework. That's how then it has happened that I addressed them in that fashion.
Ndaya phaya ndi zama okokuba bandethembe abo bantu ndithethe nabo ndibaxelela ndibathembisa okokuba ayinawuphela ngolhlobo lento kukho izindlela ezingcono zokwenza lento esingazilandela phansi kwemigobo nendlela ekusetyenza ngazo phansi komthetho wezabasebenzi.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah.
Mr.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Before the next cross-examiner or re-examiner comes into the picture,
Well, before we carry on, let's see whether any more cross-examiners before we get to re-examination.
Mr. Chair, it's pertinent for me to raise a topic because it arises.
I'm not going to stop you. I just want to know
Oh, yes.
whether there are going to be any more cross-examiners before we go on to re-examination. And I understand you want to deal with an aspect that arose in Mr. Nzebeza's cross-examination.
Yes.
And I propose, depending what it is, I think I may well allow you to do so. But let's just find out if anyone else who wants to cross-examine.
Uza
And
kumvumela
if
umnumzana
somebody wants
Tipo
to cross-examine
kwabuze
us in the back row,
ufuna
I
nje
suggest
ubuzo
he
uba
comes forward
kusekhona
to the front
omnye
row
onembuzo.
so we can see him. And there isn't, well, yes.
Are you going to cross-examine?
Mr. Chairman? Oh,
No, Mr.
yes.
So Mr. Mpofu's next, then Mr. Mpofu, you want to cross-examine?
Chair, we will cross-examine, but we don't mind.
Okay, you want to cross-examine. Mr. Cross-examine too? Anybody else wants to cross-examine? Mr. Gumbi, you want to cross-examine?
Yes, I want to cross-examine.
So we've got, anybody
And
else?
on behalf of the Munene family, we would like to cross-examine as well.
All right. So that's 4 cross-examiners, hopeful cross-examiners so far. Any others? Right. So now we know that. But
abanemibuzo.
inasmuch as you want to deal, Mr. Tip, with the matter that's dealt with by Mr. Nzebeza, the immediately preceding cross-examiner, would you tell me what it is?
I'd be grateful. Mr. Chair, Commissioners, you'll recall that a good deal of the evidence took the form of extracting comments from Mr. Mathunjwa on the City Press article called The Rise and Rise of AMCU. And there were 2 aspects of that
And what you want to deal with, you may do so, before we have the other 4 cross-examinations that we're going to hear in due course.
I'm grateful to you, Mr. Chair. The 2 aspects. The one aspect was the paragraphs dealing in detail with the situation at Implats concerning the composition of shop steward councils of NIM, whether or not there were RDOs as members of it, how a debate on increases arose and was or was not processed. Those paragraphs, Mr. Mathunjwa fairly said that he could comment, offer no comment. He was unaware of them. And I really just seek the guidance of the Commission here, whether we
The article isn't before us as evidence. It was formed the basis for questioning the witness and seeking to elicit his comments on certain points.
Yes.
If he didn't comment on them or wasn't able to adopt them and confirm them as part of his evidence, then I don't think that you have to deal with them.
Yes.
But if you want to very shortly state in a sentence or two what your client's attitude is in relation to those points, I won't stop you.
Well, I appreciate that, but Mr. Chair, we would really need to take detailed instructions on that level of the action at Impala.
But you see, the problem is we haven't really got this evidence before us at the moment.
That's
the implat situation, the amplat situation, may well be relevant at the second stage. I'm not sure that it's relevant in relation to the events of the 9th of the 16th.
Yes.
And you will have opportunity, obviously, before we get to the second phase, to go into those matters, because it may well be contended that a ball was set rolling by implats, which sort of, perhaps, I'm not saying it is so, but I'm just raising a point that we may hear more of, that Lonman should therefore have acted in respect of that. But, and the NUM should also, it may well be contended, have taken action as well. But I'm not sure that it's an issue at this stage. So
yes.
I don't think you need to take the instructions while this witness is still at the witness stand.
Thank you. That was really the guidance we sought. Mr. Chair, you'll recall that we have said that the high headlines, if I can put it that way, of what took place at Implats may have played some kind of demonstration role at Lonman, but those were headlines, and certainly not to this depth, so that we will, as presently advised, not burden the Commission with further investigation and evidence at that level of detail. That's the one aspect. The second aspect is that Mr. Mathunjwa has given evidence in response to this article, and competently so, because they affected him, and that deals with the manner of the termination of his membership of NUM, the termination of his role as chairperson, the formation of AMCU. That is a matter about which we do need to take instructions. It may be that the instructions will suggest that we don't agree with everything that he has said. Even then...
I make a suggestion. Make your investigations, and if you've considered it appropriate to apply for him to be recalled, deal with that matter. We can deal with, you can apply.
Yes.
We can consider the application. It may be opposed. You may not make the application. If you make it, it may be opposed. We can then decide, if we have to, what to do. But that's the way forward, I would suggest on that.
That corresponds with respect fully with what I was going to suggest, and that is that even if we find that we don't agree with all aspects, we may nevertheless conclude that it's not really relevant, again, to burden the Commission, in which case we won't ask for him to be
It may not be relevant at phase 1, it may not even be relevant in phase 2, but that's a matter we'll deal with in the fullness of time if we have to.
Intetho bekuthethwa ngayo ngoku nje ngoba nimamele nje phakathi kamhlekazi uTip nomgcini isihlalo ibiya ngale ntetho evele lapha the rise and rise of AMCU kuye kwathethwa ngoku uthi usafuna okokuba afumane ingxelo evela kulaba bantu abamela ngoba mhlawumbe kukho izinto ezithize anganakuvumelana nazo apha le ntetho iphathelene nokutyholwa nokukhutshwa kukamnumzana uMathunjwa izimpendulo azinikeza kwembutho we-NUM uthi usezawuthatha ke imiyalelo kubantu abamele phambi kokuba ayiveze.
Mr. Mpofu, I think it's your turn if you want to cross-examine.
Yes, Chairperson, if I could just ask for an indulgence. We would like to defer our spot for after the other 3 cross-examiners. They've indicated that they would be prepared to do so. There's just one aspect that I need to clarify because I wasn't here yesterday with my Leonard Jr. And
Well, anyway, you don't have to do that in the commission's time, as it were.
we'll do it during the break.
Yeah. All right.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Who's going to cross-examine now?
Umhlakazi Mpofu uthi uzawubuza emva kwalamanye amadoda asegqibile kukho into ethize afuna ukuthi
Thank you, Chair.
ayicacise.
It will be me, Tepiso Rampile. Thank you, Chair.
Uramphile obuzayo ngoku.
Mr. Mathunjwa, you understand that I represent families of 2 security officers, Mr. Fundi, the late Mr. Fundi and Mabelani, and Mr. Mabebe in this matter.
Uthi uyazi okokuba mna ndivela egameni laba abasweleka endibabiza ngamagama ngoku endithetha ngabo.
You would also understand that the families, especially the children in these families, would also like to find restoration and justice as well as the truth in this.
Ndiyathemba okokuba uyayibona into yokuba abantwana ikakhulu abantwana bafuna ukwazi inyaniso baze bakwazi ukuba bayamkele lento ivaleke ezinhliziyweni zabo ngokuthi kufumaneke inyaniso.
That's correct.
Ewe.
I do not think that we will have a confrontational engagement because I think you'll agree with a lot of the propositions that I will put to you. And it's,
Ndiyathemba okokuba ke asina ukuba nokuphikisana uzawuvumelana nezinto ezininzi endizazibeka apha kuwe.
I'm convinced because from what I've heard, you are not just a leader, but you have very strong principles.
Ngomuntu ke endimve ethetha apha awungomholi nje kuphela umuntu onezindlela eziqinile obona ngazo izinto ezithize.
That's correct.
And you also, as I do, believe that people have the right to hold a different view.
Ungumuntu futhi ovumelana nayo lento yokuba abantu banelungelo lokuba bazibone izinto ngezindlela ezohlukile.
Yes.
Ewe.
And that as a leader, if you start an organization and lobby for support, you try and sort of disseminate your views to your followers.
Njengomholi ke xa uvula iqembu elithize uvula inhlangano ethize uye unikeze imibono yakho indlela ozohambisa ngayo kubalandeli ababakho.
Yes, what they call it, objectives.
Ewe injongo zalo mbutho.
I'm correct if I say that by around August 2011, you had about 1,000 followers or members in Lonmin.
Nyanso kokuba ngo August ka 2011 ubo unamalunga angaba yiwaka apha eLonmin.
That it could be, but I don't,
You're not sure.
cannot vouch much on that. I
Andina
don't
nyanso
deal with the
ephelele
stats.
kungenzeka andikwazi ukuba ndikunike inani eliphelele kwangoku.
You would also agree with me that even though I'm talking about the incident of the 12th of August, even though we have not touched it much here, but the same people that were involved on the 16th that you spoke to were also the same people that were involved with my clients on the 12th of August.
Aba bantu obuthatha nabo nge-16 ngabo bantu babe nalaba endibamele phaya nge-12.
Get your question. Could you please repeat again?
Mr. Ramaphosa, would he know that? Would the witness know that? The people that were involved in the 12th, would he know that they're the same people that he spoke to
Ubuzwa
on the
ke
16th?
okokuba uzokwazi kanjani ukuba ngaba bantu babe
Well, I
semhlabeni
assume that the composition
No
of
security.
strikers did not change over time, Chairperson, unless there's information to that effect.
No, I wouldn't know.
Andinokwazi ukuba babekhona.
Now, I'll sort of give you an indication of why I say so, because I think that from answers that were given, like why they were carrying weapons, for instance, the answer that was given was that we are carrying weapons in order to defend ourselves because we are being attacked. And that was in relation to what happened before.
Andithi bathi baphethe ezixhobo ngenhloso yokuba bazivikele baye bahlaselwa bathetha ngezinto ezenzeke ngaphambilini.
Yes, that was said.
Ewe.
So you agree with me, by and large, maybe one or two people might have left, but by and large, it is the same people that started on the 9th, because it was clear and it is on record over the media that there was a grievance by RDO operators in Lonmin.
Apha kuthiwa kwakukho isikhalo esi siba nge-RDOs ngoku aba bantu noma omnye noma babini babengekho kodwa ubuninzi ngabo babephaya ngale mini.
Suggest that even though I was not there.
Ndizawuvumelana noma bendingekho apho.
Will I also be correct if I were to say that, and I think I have heard you give that answer, that as AMCU, you felt that you had members there and you had to go and address them?
Ndive kakuhle usithi njenge AMCU ubunamalunga phaya ngoku kwakudingekile okokuba uyothetha nabo.
Yes, and as per the invitation also.
Ewe enye into ke ndaya phaya ngoba ndimemi ngesimemo esasithi ndiye.
And that, unlike NUM, I don't know, but I think unlike NUM, you were almost received by the strikers when you addressed them.
Mandithi ke hayi njenge NUM
And this is subject to correction. because I
wena
don't-
bakwamukela aba baqhankqalazi xa ufika apha kunjalo.
That's all common cause. The NUM president was virtually chased away, and the men on the copy said to him, "Come back tomorrow so we can see you face to face in the daylight."
Yes.
So what you're saying is entirely correct.
It's common cause.
Common cause.
Inyanisolo ithethayo ngoba umholi wenuma ndithi wagxothwa apha kwathiwa kuMathunjwa uzuze apha ngomso ukukhombisa ukuba wayemukela ukuba azothetha nabo.
As the chairman said.
Njengoba esitsho umhlali phambili.
And therefore, an 18-year-old of Fundi or Mabebe would look at it and say, AMCU was well received by the strikers.
Ngoku onyana bala bantu endibamela bafundi nomabebe abangabano 18 years bangayijonga lento kokuba uMathunjwa wamukelwa ngaba bantu babeqhankqalaza. Kunjalo?
I want to get a question. I
Yes,
don't understand. I don't follow it.
Andiuva kakuhle umbuzo.
I'm saying it would be reasonable for any person sort of following this to say, yes, of the two unions, AMCU was well received by the strikers.
Itsho kokuba noma ngawubani nje ngabantwana bendithetha ngabo bazobe ba-right xa bayimamele lento babona ukuthi oh iyona union eyamukelwa phaya yi-AMCU kunenum.
That is true, but also I think it is proper to say what was the reason behind, because it was not just being received without amplifying why are they receiving us. I think they mentioned that NUM has killed 2 of our colleagues.
Ewe kuvezwe nesizathu esenza okokuba ide yamukelwe yi-AMCU. Andithi bayitsho into okokuba inum ibulele abanye bethu ababini.
The reason why I'm asking you this is because I want you as a leader of AMCU who is very principled to at least take some of the responsibility of what happened on the 12th of August?
Ndifuna into endiyibuza okokuba njengemholi we-AMCU umuntu onesizotha esinjalo uyamkele into yokokuba uyamkele into eyenzeka kwabantu nge-12 zika August.
Object to that question. There's no basis laid for it at all, in fact.
Ask him if he's prepared to accept responsibility. He can say yes or no. I don't understand the problem.
Usebuziwe okokuba uyamkela na
The
okokuba
question can be put, whether it'll get the answer that the question
ngabantu
expects.
bakhe
is
abathatha
something we'll
inxaxheba
see.
phaya wathi ubengekho akazi.
AMCO regret any loss of lives, but you cannot say that AMCO must take responsibility of what was happening there, because this was a workers' strike, it was not AMCO strike.
Apha kwakuzumzabalazo wabasebenzi bonke kungasi into ye-AMCO. Kodwa ke uyatsho okokuba i-AMCO ivelana ubuhlungu nawo wonke umuntu owasweleka phaya kungatsho okokuba i-AMCO iyamukela ukuba yiyo eyenza loo nto.
And I've said earlier on that any member who happened to be found that has done anything wrong lawfully, the law must take its course.
Bese ndiyitshilo ke nento yokuba xa kungavela ubungqina kokuba neliphi ilungu kukho ubungqina obukhombayo kokuba yiyo enza loo nto umthetho mawuthathe izinyathelo ezifanele kulo.
Now, this happened on the 12th, and it was at least known to you that you had members at Lonmin.
Lento yenzeka nge-12 zika August ubusazi ngelo xesha ukuba unamalungu phaya eLonmin.
And that some of your members were aggrieved, and that their grievance was related to the strike that started on the 9th.
Usazi nokuba ezinye zemember zakho kukhona ukungeneliseki okungoneliseki kwade kwabangela esi strike esaqala ngaloo mini.
Yes, that is common, that our members were part of the strike.
Inyaniswa leyo okokuba ii-members zethu zazikhona phakathi kwabo babeqhankqalaza.
So important was this that you also did a letter to say, this is an issue that I think we should have a forum to discuss, even if I don't have bargaining rights.
Ndithi kwaze kwafika apho usuthi wena kufanele kwenziwe iforum noma singenalo thina ilungelo lokuba singene kwezi zintetho zemivuzo makubekho iforum engaphandle ezawubonisana ngezi zinto.
Yes, we suggested for a meeting to be called to discuss
Ewe
such issues.
sayiveza loo ntetho.
So even though AMCO knew that they did not have bargaining rights, and that this was not happening within the collective bargaining realm, AMCO was prepared to engage in order to address the grievances of the members.
That is correct.
AMCO noma ibisazi okokuba ayinawo lawo malungelo kodwa yayizimisele okokuba nayo ithatha inxaxheba ekulungiseni le mbambano yayikhona. Ewe.
So AMCO felt that it was its responsibility to take some of the responsibility of presenting the grievance of its workers. You agree?
Yabona iAMCO kuyimfanelo okokuba ezinye zezinto amalungu azo akhala ngazo iziveze.
Yes, that the workers' grievances has to be addressed. That's why we suggested for a forum.
Ewe izikhalo zabasebenzi kufanele zivezwe phambili yiko nje sathi makube kuyiforum enjengaleyo.
Now, this is my proposal. Similarly, the workers' conduct, at least, and I'm not saying you are fully responsible, I'm saying you cannot say the workers' conduct, I'm completely divorced from it.
Ngakho ke awukwazi ukuthi ukuziphatha kwaba basebenzi indlela babeziphethe ngayo wena awungeni nganto kuyo.
As a trade union that is known to the mine, if our members are part of any wrongdoings, we cannot say you are divorcing yourself from such.
Njenge union ke abasebenzi awukwazi ukuthi xa kwenzeke izinto ezithize phaya emsebenzini bekhona nabo kokuba uzikhuphe wena kulonto.
That doesn't mean that you agree with their conduct.
Kodwa ke akusho lokho kokuba uyavumelana naleyo ndlela abaziphethe ngayo.
Yes, that is actually what I'm trying to get from you, because you see, I'm sure as a leader, if members of your organization do wrong, you don't just want to run away from it. You want to also say, I want to take part of this responsibility, because these are the members that follow me, that are involved in this.
Iyo ke into endiyijongisa pha kuwo kokuba njengomholi ke xa kukho izinto ezithize ezingalunganga ezenziwe ngabantu obaphethe abangabalandeli bakho, awukwazi okokuba wena uzihlukanise nalezo zenzo, uzawuthi kubo ewe ndikhona uyamkele loo nto enziwe ngabantu bakho.
I think for the time where I was officially called at the mine, I've shown that leadership.
Suka ngexesha bendibiza phaya emayini ndiye ndakhombisa ke ubuholi bam.
Which is what I appreciate. Otherwise, I would not be asking you to say that as AMCU, we really feel that our members were involved in this. And as a trade union, even though we distance ourselves from what they did, but we cannot divorce ourselves completely because our members are involved.
Yiko nje nditsho ndivumelana nawe apho kodwa ndithi ke njenge AMCU awukwazi ukuba uziqhelelanise nezi zehlakalo ngoba kwakukhona amalungu akho apho noma ungavumelani nezo zenzo zabo.
I confirm, and I've said it, I think, in some of the meetings that I had in some of the boardrooms, that we cannot be seen as leaders when we are in the boardrooms. So we have to be seen as leaders when there are challenges.
Kudala nditsho loo nto ndithetha ukuba kasiso ama-leader kwii-boardrooms nasezi-ofisini kuphela, masithathe izinto ezenziwa noma singekho apho sijongane nazo njengabasebenzi sibe ngabaholi nangaphandle.
And we've seen that even though at the later stage of my intervention, when I was not provided with any security around me, but I went to that mountain and talked to the workers, irrespective of affiliation and association.
Njengoba kuye kwacaca apha ukuba emva kwexesha ndiye ndakhuphuka ndaya phaya entabeni ndingakhuselanga, ndingakhashwa ngumntu ndiyenza into ekufanele ukuba ndiyenze.
You see, and that is actually what gave me courage to come and say to you, as a person that is principled and probably with very significant contribution you can make in the leadership of this country, that if your followers are out of step, you can actually come out and say, these are my followers, and I'm going to chastise them, but as an organization, I'm not going to divorce myself from this that happened.
Uthi yiyo into endinika amandla kokuba ndikubuze le mbuzo Mathunjwa njengomntu ke onesikhundla esibalekile ongaba ngumholi obalekile kweli lizwe, ufanele kokuba uthi ewe aba bantu ngamalunga am noma ndingavumelani nalento abayenzile ndizawuya ndithethe nabo kodwa ke andikwazi ukuba ndizohlukanise nabo kweso senzo.
Yes, I've reprimanded. If you see the script from the 15th going down to the 16th, that's what I was doing.
Njengoba ujonge apha kusuka nge-15 kude kube nge-16 bendithetha naba bantu ndibaxelela kwizinto ezingafanelanga bazenziwe.
Now I'm going to make a request to AMCU leadership. And this is
leadership here.
Because AMCU leadership spoke in very specific terms about other people that perished in this tragedy.
Andithi i-leadership ye-AMCU iyathetha kabanzi ngabantu abasweleka kwezi zehlakalo.
But in general terms, about the security and my baby that died on the 12th. And in general terms, like when I say in general terms, I say the response that AMCU has given is we do not support violence without actually saying in relation to Fundi, in relation to Mabelani, in relation to Mabebe, as AMCU, we actually say these deaths are wrong.
Uthi AMCU iyathetha ke kabanzi ngokusweleka kwabantu phaya kodwa ke ayizange ivakala iAMCU ibiza amagama aba bantu bamele okokuba ukubulawa kwaFundi nokubulawa kwaMabelane nokubulawa kwaMabhebe bekuyinto ebengafanelanga uba yenzeke.
My recollection, one, in a media statement, I did extend the condolences for all the people that were lost. I never said any section, and I don't recall mentioning names of the individual, but we condemned. We even further say that there is no means of violence that can achieve anything. We believe in the proper structures of dispute and engagement.
Uzawukhumbula okokuba apha ndandithetha khona naku kwizinto intetho ezapapashwa ngam andizange ndibize aba bantu ngamagama noma ndibabize mhlawumbe ngemibutho abakuyo. Ndathi mna sivelana nabo bonke abantu abaswelekile phaya njengoba usiva nje nangoku ndisatsho okokuba asihambelani nezinto zozabalazo olunodushe phakathi ngoba alilungisi into.
For that matter, for your information, AMCU is in the process with the attorneys to establish a trust fund that will engage each and every life that was lost at Marikana, irrespective of affiliation.
Mandithi ke kuwe ndixelele ngoku mhlekazi okokuba into bongayazi okokuba iAMCU ngoku kukho namagqwetha ayo bavula itrust fund imali ezawubekwa ezawusetshenziswa ke ekuncedeni bonke izahlobo nezalamane zalaba bantu abasweleka ngaphambi kokuthi lo ukomphi nomphi umbutho.
That will be open for everyone, but it depends of the families whether they want to be part, because some they belong to different association and affiliation, but they will be canvassed to come in.
Uzawuya ngaleyo family okokuba iyafuna na uncedo oluvela kule trust ngoba abanye banezinye izindawo apho bazoya khona kodwa ke
I understand you to say that the beneficiaries of the trust that you're setting up will be the next of kin of those who died, irrespective of whether they were members of AMCU, members of NUM, or non-unionized employees. Is that what you're saying?
That is correct.
uchaza apha umfoka Mathunjwa okokuba le trust fund abazoyivula iAMCU nabameli bayo
Will not only be limited to the people who died on the 16th, but also to the people who died in the run-up, the 10 people who died before the 16th, including Mr. Ramapeli's clients. Is that what you're saying?
That is what I believe. I don't have much details, but I believe that the loss of life at Marikana.
ndikholela okokuba ke ayinawuvala nje ayinawunceda nje izalamane nezihlobo zalabo abasweleka ngomhla ka-16 iyawuvala nabo bonke abantu abasweleka kwizixholo-xholo zaseMarikana ezenzeke ngeli xesha kungabalwa okokuba ngabalo mbutho nalo mbutho nabaphi nabo bonke abangekho nakwi-unions.
So that mustn't be suggested that is an admission of any wrongdoing at Marikana.
Uthi ke uMathunjwa makungathiwa ke ngoba bavula le trust okokuba siyamukela okokuba sithi esabanga izidubedube zaseMarikana.
Yeah, sometimes we don't have to say it. But I believe that that gesture it just gives an indication of the type of leadership that I thought you were, Mr. Mathunjwa, that you would be a humane leader that will ensure that the families that I represent have restoration and justice.
Uthi ke ummeli njengoba bendisitshilo Mathunjwa okokuba njengalomholi ndimbona apha kuwe umuntu onobuntu ozimisele okokuba akawunawuvuma okokuba kubekho izikhalazo nefamily zalaba endibamele okokuba mazifumane ukuba ikwazi ukuvaleka lezinto nasezinhliziyweni zabo.
Thank you, Chair.
Gumbi, I think you're next, but I think we'll take you at 1:30. Commission will adjourn
Yes,
till 1:30.
Chairperson, no problem.
Sizawungena nge1:30 mawethu.
Take it.
Takalani is coming. Takalani, I will go with.
No, bona, dumela uri Takalani o tla go pele wa dumela, Chairperson a mo tshelata go wena. Or Takalani, are you running away?
Officer Baloyi, Lieutenant Baloyi, and Warrant Officer Lipako.
Okay.
Thank you.
Othetha ngoku ngumhlekazi uGumbi, Advocate Gumbi, omele amapolisa lawo onzakala ngaleyo mini, uLieutenant Baloyi no Warrant Officer Phako.
Mr. Mathunjwa, my line of cross-examination, firstly, I wanted to focus on your role as AMCO in diffusing this situation from the 10th of August leading up to the 14th of August.
Ufuna ukwazi ke ngenxa yathathwa ngu-AMCO phakathi komhla ka-10 nomhla ka-14 ukuzama ukuthoba lento yayenzeka phaya.
In doing so, I will also brief with you, I will also canvass your knowledge of labor laws of this country. Then we'll tackle your role as AMCO on that day.
Ndizawuthi ekwenzeni njalo ke ndithi ukukubuza imibuzo ezawuya kulwazi lakho lemthetho yezabasebenzi kweli lizwe.
Mr. Mathunjwa, as a point of entry, you don't dispute that AMCO members participated in this strike action from the 10th of August leading to the 14th of August specifically. You don't dispute that.
Masiqale apha mhlekazi. Awuyikhanyela into yokokuba zazikhona ii-members e-AMCO kusuka nje ngemini yange-10 kuze kufike apha kwizi-14 babekhona kule nto.
That's correct.
Ewe.
Around July and August 2012, are you in the position to tell us whether AMCO members in Lolmin, they were in minority or they were in majority as compared to non-members?
Phakathi kukaJuly no-August kulo nyaka ubuninzi babantu bebephaya eLonmin bekuyi-AMCO ikanene inum.
According to my information, AMCO was a minority.
Ngokwazi kwami AMCO ibiyona incinci.
After the 16th of August, maybe up to date, are you majority or still in minority compared to NUM?
Kusuka ke nge-16 kude kube ngoku nise bubuncinci phaya kanene ngaphezulu kwenum ngoku.
My belief, there are stop orders that are being submitted.
Ngokwazi kwami kukho i-stop order ezisangena nangoku.
And there is an increase of membership.
Andile ke amalungu ethu.
But as of today, I don't know what could be the status.
Kodwa ke kude kube ngoku andisengazi okokuba yeyiphi enkulu nencinci ngoku.
So in other words, since August 2012, membership of AMCO has increased significantly, is increasing on a daily basis.
Ngamanye amazwi kusuka ngo-August kunyaka ka-2012 ayengokwanda amalungu enum phaya.
AMCO is keep on submitting stop orders anytime they received, but surely they are increasing.
Okay.
AMCO iyazithumela i-stop order xa bezifumana inyaniso kokuba amalungu aya ngokwanda.
Mr. Mathunjwa, as a union leader, I understand that you are an experienced union leader. Can I assume that you are familiar with labor laws of this country? I understand that you are not a labor lawyer expert here. I mean a labor lawyer or an expert when it comes to issues of labor law. But you ought to be familiar with labor laws of this country.
Ndiyazi okokuba uyenzululwazi kwezemithetho ephathelene nezabasebenzi kodwa ke njengomholi we-union ndifuna ukubuza nje ukuba unalo ulwazi nalo mthetho le yazabasebenzi i-labor law.
Fairly.
Ngokuthe nje kancinci ewe.
There is one legal principle that I wanted to put to you, and I will expect you to respond on that one. Are you aware that as a union, in terms of our law, the union can be held liable for action of their members during the strike action? It is a basic principle you ought to know about this.
Kukho umthetho ke obekiwe phaya kokuba njenge-union abasebenzi bayo ba i-union ifakwa izenzo zabantu bayo lapho yona khona kufanele kokuba i-union yabo ifakwe kwezo zenzo.
Our learned friend is now entering a very complicated and complex area of, I think what he calls labor law. It goes to the liability of trade unions for the conduct of their members, and it depends on varied things, such as whether the union called the strike, whether it supported the strike, etc. So I'm not sure that this is a terrain that Mr. Mathunjwa should be questioned about, particularly since our learned friend accepts that he's not a legal expert. The courts grapple with this issue. Why Mr. Mathunjwa should, on the what is it, 7th day of his evidence, is really not apparent to us.
You heard what Mr. Brander said. How do you
Uyivile
respond to
intetho
objection?
kaMhlekazi uBranders.
Yes, Chairperson, with this issue, I'm not intending to deal with a deep understanding of the principle. You know, I'm just taking these issues up, above. I know that he's not a labor lawyer in this
So
proceeding.
what's the point of asking him about the principles of labor law that apply to a situation such as this?
Buza ngokuba injongo yakhe yintoni kahle hle azobuza uMathunjwa
If you were
apha
in the witness
ngomthetho
box and I asked you
njengoba
about
bemxelela okokuba
some
umthetho
basic
lo yinto
principles of
deep
medicine,
kakhulu.
and your knowledge of that, how would that help?
But I'm still going to ask other question, Chairperson, you know, that will
So you
give
withdraw
ex-
the question that's given rise to the objection?
Yes, that will give a clear indication where I'm coming from. I'm quite aware that Mr. Mathunjwa is not a labor lawyer.
Uyayazi into yokuba uMathunjwa ka yena
the objection
umuntu
raised by Mr. Brander.
oyingcutshe kwezemithetho
Because if you do, then you withdraw
yabasebenzi.
the question that you ask and you carry on with the
Ubuzwa
next question.
ngoko okokuba lo mbuzo awubuza uqonde ntoni
Yes,
ngawo.
Chairperson.
If you want to defend the question and ask me to overrule the objection, then you must tell me why I must overrule the objection. But if you are not persisting in resisting the objection, then we can move on.
Yes, Chairperson, I can move on and approach from the other angle.
Uzawubuza eminye imibuzo ke ngoku.
Let's deal about the role of AMCU on the 10th of August 2012, Mr. Mathunjwa.
Masithethe ngezenzo ze-AMCO ngomhla ka-10 ku-August Mathunjwa.
According to SAPS, the information at SAPS disposal, it indicates that on the 10th of August, 2 persons were wounded during a clash of rival unions between, they said the clash of rival unions.
Uyayazi into evele phaya kuma-SAPS ethi ngomhla ka-10 August konzakala abantu ababili phakathi kwengxabano yayikhona phakathi kwe-union ezimbini.
No, you may show me where it's at.
Xa ngaphandle kokuba undibonise leyo nto iphi.
I'm saying that the
Ndisitsho
SAPS,
mna
according to
kuwe.
evidence, they are saying, I hope you're not going to dispute that. They are saying that on the 10th of August 2012, 2 people were wounded around Marikana. Can you dispute that?
Uyakuyikhanyela into yokuba amapolisa athi kwenzakala abantu ababili phaya ngaseMarikana nge-10 zika-August.
I was not there. If that happened, it happened.
Bendingekho apha xa yenzeka into enjengaleyo eyenzeka.
On the 10th of August, Mr. Mathunjwa, did you issue any press statement as AMCU condemning any violence around that particular day?
Kukho i-press statement awayenza mhla ka-10 ku-August apho wawuthi khona anivani nezehlakalo zodushe kulaa ndawo.
Maybe I should ask by saying I didn't issue any press statement. However, I wrote a letter to management after I've been notified by management that there will be a march of a memorandum to be handed over.
Andizange ndenze press statement into edayenza ndabhala incwadi emva kokuba ndixelelwe yi-management okokuba kuza kubakho imarch ngaloo mini.
And I think that letter is part of the exhibit in
Loo
this
ncwadi
commission.
endithetha ngayo iyavezwa apha ingubungqina apha phambi kwekomishoni.
As AMCU, did you convene a meeting of your general membership wherein you instructed your members to refrain from any violence, specifically on the 10th of August 2012?
Kakho ntlanganiso wayibiza yamalungu akho apho wawaxela khona okokuba angangeni kwizidubedube kwizinto ezinodushe phakathi ngomhla ka-10 ku-August.
No, there was no meeting.
Akuzange kubekho meeting.
Let's move on the 11th of August 2012.
Masiyeke kumhla ka 11 August 2012.
And we do have another information from SAPS. They are saying that 5 people were wounded on that day, and the other 3 marchers were also wounded during a march on that day. Are you aware of that?
Uthi ngalo mini unengxelo evela emapoliseni ethi kwa konzakala abantu abahlanu. The question said that 5 people were dead. 5 people died.
5 people were wounded,
Kwawonzakala abantu abahlanu ngalo mini.
and another 3 people were also wounded during a march.
Kwase kuthi ke kwimarch kwaphinde konzakala abanye abathathu.
Your question?
Are you aware of that information, or as a union leader, you ought to have been aware of this information?
Uthi njengomholi weunion ufanele ukuyazi leyo ntetho uyayazi.
When was that?
Kwakunini ke
On the 11th of August 2012,
ngomhla ka 11th August 2012.
No, I was not aware.
Bendingayazi ke leyo.
furthermore, on that particular point, can I assume that AMCO didn't issue any press statement condemning any violence on that specific day?
Ngale mini ke mhla ka 11 amkho ayizange iveze emaphepheni press statement okokuba iyaluchasa ayivani no ayihambisani nalezo zenzo zodushe.
It is correct, and you need to be reminded that I'm still waiting for the response from the management of the letter of the 10th.
Ewe ndandisamele impendulo kwincwadi endandiyibhale nge-10 kwi-management.
On the 11th of August 2012, you as AMCO, did you convene any meeting of your general members wherein you instructed your members to refrain from any violence?
Nge-11 ke awuzange ubize i-meeting ye-members zakho nje apho wawubaxelela okokuba anihambelani nezinto zodushe?
No, I don't have recollection of that meeting.
Andikhumbuli kubanjwa i-meeting enjengaleyo.
Even on the 12th of August, where the day when the 2 security officers were killed, can I also assume that you didn't issue any press statement condemning violence on that day?
Nange mini ye-12 mhla kuzosweleka amapolisa amabili akukho statement wasenza.
Correct, hence I was not there.
Bendingekho apho andizange ndisenze.
And can I assume that AMCO, you didn't convene the meeting of your members wherein you instructed your members to refrain from violence on the 12th of August 2012?
Ngakho ke ndiyamkela ukuba awuzange nje ngo-AMCO bize i-members zakho uthethe nazo nge-12 okokuba makungabi khona zehlakalo ezinodushe phakathi.
I don't have recollection of that meeting.
Andikhumbuli kho i-meeting enjengaleyo.
Let's move on the 13th of August 2012, the day 2 police officers were killed and 1 was wounded by armed protesters.
Masiyeke kumhla zingu-13 mhla kubulawa amapolisa amabili konzakala nomnye wabasebenzi phaya benzakaliswa ngabaqhankqalazi ababebehlomile.
Mr. Mathunjwa, you saw that video clip that was played by the counsel for SAPS when he was busy cross-examining you. Still remember?
Wayibona le video eyayivezwe ngumholi we-team yamapolisa xa kubuza imibuzo?
Yes.
Ewe.
And you saw those armed protesters there, and can I assume also again that it's possible that they were AMCO members in those?
Wababona abaqhankqalazi bebehlomile ndiyamkela ke okokuba abanye babo kwakungamalunga e-AMCO.
Yes.
Ewe.
And the police officers, they pleaded with those protesters to hand over their traditional weapon. You saw that.
Wayibona ke lento eyayenzeka phaya amapolisa bacenga ababantu okokuba mababeke phansi izixhobo zabo.
That's correct.
Ewe kunjalo.
And also again, those protesters, not even a single of those protesters handed over the traditional weapon to those police officers. You saw that.
Wabona okokuba kubaqhankqalazi akukhona mnye nje owanikeza isixhobo sakhe emapoliseni?
Yes.
Ewe.
But what I saw, there was negotiations taking place there.
Into engayibona ke apho kwakusathethwa negotiate.
But you didn't see the exchange of traditional weapon between those protesters and the police, you agree with me?
Uyavumelana nami uba akho zixhobo ezanikezwa emapoliseni zinikezwa ngaba babeqhankqalaza.
You are correct, because I don't know what the end results of that negotiation, what was the outcome of that negotiation were.
Nyanzi lapho ke ayidlalanga yaze yafika egqibeleni lento ya kwagqibela apho kusathethwa khona.
The Council for SAPS indicated to you that after that negotiation you saw on that day, 2 police officers were killed and the other one was severely wounded. Still remember that?
Uyakhumbula ekuxelela ke omele ama SAPS okokuba xesha nje lincinci emva koko kwanzakala amapolisa amabili kwasweleka amapolisa amabili kwenzakala elinye.
That's correct.
Ewe kunjalo.
And he even made reference to Exhibit L, slide number 51, 53, and 54, and 55 of those police officers who were killed after that negotiations.
What mbisa nemifanekiso sibonisa imifanekiso yakhona evele apha yala mapolisa abulawa apho.
That is correct.
Injalo lento.
Can I check with you, is it, they were killed just after the negotiations?
Yes, that's an evidence. After that negotiations, the police tried to disperse that group and those protesters.
That's not correct. What happened was, after the negotiations, they walked off in the direction of the Kopi, carrying their weapons, not having handed their weapons over. The police escorted them. When they changed direction, or some of them changed direction towards the informal settlement, then the police tried to prevent them from entering the village. This is according to the police presentation of slide 47, used tear gas and stun grenades to disperse them and discourage them from what's described as their intended path. They then, a group of them turned around, charged at the members of the police service behind them, and 2 members of the police service died at the scene, and 1 was injured. That's what happened according to slide 47. So what you put isn't quite correct.
Yes, Chairperson.
Bayibeka kumele kokuba awuyibeki ngayo indlela engayo mfondini. Kuthe xa kubizwa apha kwachazwa kokuba kwaba khona ukuthetha apho bathe xa besuka apho sebehamba amapolisa bakhapha. Kwahanja kuthe kwenye indawo basebejika beshona apha ngasezindlini apho ekuhlaleni apho kuhlala khona abantu. Kungelo xesha amapolisa atazama ukubavimba bajika abanye bahlasela amapolisa ngelo xesha kuzosuka olodushe olwabangela ukusweleka kwamapolisa. Hayi ngalendlela uyibeka ngayo.
I'm indebted to you, Chairperson, for putting it into details. It's where I was going, Chairperson.
Bulela mhlekazi bendiseza nami apho.
Yes. As the Chairperson had correctly put it, that immediately after those events, 2 police officers were killed.
Ngoba ebeka kuwe kumhlekazi uchairman emva kwalezo zehlakalo ke kwase kusweleka amapolisa amabili.
Yes, I mean, as I've seen, I've never seen there, but as it was read here, that's what happened.
Ewe andiyibonanga apha kumfanekiso kodwa ndayiva ifundwa apha kwezi zincwadi ngaleyo ndlela.
Mr. Mathunjwa, as a union leader, I hope you are aware that in this country, we have a high rate of police killing.
Mathunjwa ndiyathemba kokuba njengomhlali apha uyazi okokuba kusweleka amapolisa amaninzi apha minyaka le.
Yes, through the media we hear.
Ewe siyazifunda lezo zinto emaphepheni sizive apha konomathotholo.
And you cannot even dispute if I put it to you that in every 10 days in South Africa, the police officer is killed in the line of duty.
A police officer?
Yes, a police officer.
Uthi kawunayikhanyela ke into yokokuba kuyizinsuku ezingu-10 kufa ipolisi elilodwa apha eSouth Africa.
That is information, I would dispute it.
Xa unaleyo information andinakuyikhanyela.
In fact, the latest figures shows that since 2005 up to date, almost approximately 690 police officers have been killed in the line of duty. You cannot dispute that.
awunayikhanyela ke into yokuba kusuka unyaka ka-205 kude kube ngoku sekubulewe amaphoyisa angu-690 abulawa esemsebenzini awunayikhanyela loo nto.
If that is information, I mean, I'm not in the position to dispute it.
Andinakuyikhanyela xa kuyi-information onayo leyo.
On the 13th of August 2012, Mr. Mathunjwa, I wanted to know, AMCU, your organization, did you issue any press statement condemning police killing?
Kukho istatement owasikhupha esasi i-press statement apho wawuthetha khona okokuba anivani njengo-AMCO nezehlakalo ezi zokubulawa kwamapolisa.
On the 13th?
Yes.
The press statement follows on the 14th.
I-statement ubuzokuba senza umhla ka-13 ayi-statement senza ngemini elandelayo umhla ka-14.
What prevented AMCU to issue a press statement on the 13th of August 2012 condemning police killing on that day?
Into eyenza ukuba u-AMCO angazivezi eso statement mhla ka-13 ngale mini kusweleka amapolisa.
AMCO wrote a letter on the 10th.
AMCO
Yes.
yabhala incwadi nge-10
Proposed a meeting with all stakeholders after receiving the memorandum.
apho yayicela intlanganiso nabo bonke abanye abaphethe emva kokuba ifumene imemoranda.
There was no response to that effect.
Kwangabi nampendulo ke kweso sicelo sethu.
And then we received a call on Monday, the 13th, from management.
Ngomsombuluko mhla zingu-13 safumana imfonomfono evela ku-management
asking our intervention.
eyayicela ukuba singenelele,
Which indeed we did that.
senza ke njengoba bebecelile.
Nothing that would have prevented you to issue a press statement on specifically on the 13th of August 2012.
Onto yayikunqanda kokuba yayinqanda ukuba nenze i-statement niveze umbono wenu nge-13 zika-August.
We are an organization. As we are an organization, we've been invited by management. We make that intervention. You cannot just go to press without having information from where you've been invited.
Singumbutho umbutho omenywa ngumanagement okokuba size phaya. Asikwazi ukuba sithi kusenjalo sibaleke siye emaphepheni siyoveza izinto ezingakaveli phaya kwintlanganiso.
You'll appreciate, as you were present here, that after we received the debriefing on the Monday of the 14th, the very same afternoon, we made sure that we called a press conference.
14th was the Tuesday, the 13th was the Monday. I want to ask you, did you learn on the 13th, the Monday, about what had happened earlier that day? When did you first hear about what happened, the killing of the 2 policemen and the killing of 3 civilians?
That we heard from the debriefing that there was, when the management invited us, they just said there's a violence. They just want our intervention. Then I requested the General Secretary and the National Organizer to went there. That was all. Then until the following day, Tuesday, the 14th, when the debriefing was made in our office, and subsequent to that, then we called the press conference.
Samenywa okokuba size apha ndithe ke nge-13 ndathumela uGeneral Secretary wam nalomnye beza apha bazothetha nemanagement. Nge-14 ke basebeza nengxelo yokokuba kwenzeke ntoni kungaloo mini ke sizawuya kwenziwe i-press statement.
But Mr. Mathunjwa, I don't want to argue with you on this aspect. The police killing on the 13th of August 2012 was broadcasted through media, and I'm putting to you that you ought to have been aware of that, and you ought to have issued a press statement on the 13th.
When was it broadcast? The incident took place sometime in the afternoon. There's no evidence for us as to when it was broadcast over the media.
Nguthi ugqwetha yavezwa lento nge-13 hlali phambili umbuzo yenza kanini leyo nto ngoba lento yenzeke emva kwedinara yavela nini ke apha ezindabeni.
Unless you can establish that he heard of it through the media at a time when it was still possible for him to issue a press statement on the 13th, then the question is not a fair one.
Yes, Chairperson. Let me move to another aspect, Chairperson. Mr. Mathunjwa, can I also move to the 14th of August, 2012, briefly?
Oku kwi 14 zika August mfoka Mathunjwa.
Can I refer to Exhibit L, slide number 86 and 87? Do you see those two slides?
86 and 87.
Yes.
Yes, 86 and 87.
Yes, I see.
According to the SAPS,
Uyayibona le mfanekiso emibili 86 no 87.
they observe those strikers that are depicted on those slides performing rituals practice on the 14th of August around 1523.
Apha ke amapolisa anti abona kwenzeka ezi zahlakalo. Apho abantu beze khona kukho amateletele athiza be mhlala ngaphambili umbuzo ngoba xa sijonga amaxesha apha amapolisa aqala ukubona lento isenzeka phaya phansi ngo-23 minutes past 3 kwathi ke ngo-1621 bazijonga ezi zinto bagqibela ngo-1621 uthi bekungekho xesha lokokuba uMathunjwa azive ezi zinto zenzeka apha ele ngaloo mini lo
Yes,
mbuzo unceda ngantoni ke
If you can allow me, Chairperson, to rephrase my question. Mr. Mathunjwa, according to a SAPS observation, on the 14th of August, around 1523, they observe this group of armed protesters performing a ritual practice around Marikana.
andiyibeke ngolu hlobo kuwe Mathunjwa ngexesha lika 23 minutes 3 amapolisa abona kwenzeka ezi zinto zivezwe apha eMarikana.
When did you become aware about this ritual that was performed on the 14th of August 2012?
Uve nini ke wena okokuba kwenziwe into enjengale apha eMarikana?
I was not aware of any specific rituals that was conducted at Marikana or but what I've said earlier on, I kept on hearing the General Secretary of NUM in many media stations talking about the Inyanga, that there is Inyanga somewhere in the mountain, but not on that specific day.
Bendingayazi loo nto nangalowo mini zange ndive ndiyibone ndingazilutho ngayo. Ndithe apha xa ndiphendula ndive kaninzi ithethwa nguGeneral Secretary we-National Union of Mine Workers eyithetha okokuba bekukho igqirha inyanga phaya entabeni.
When was this? Was it on the 14th of August or on the 15th of August when you heard about these Nyanga performing rituals around?
Unini ke xa uva kuthethwa ngale nyanga eligqirha kwakungalowo mini.
I don't have any specific date, but that's what I'm saying, that I don't remember on that specific date you are mentioning, but I'm simply saying I heard the General Secretary of NUM when is on media talking about the Inyanga in the mountain.
Ndayiva lento yenyanga ephaya entabeni igqirha laliphaya entabeni ithetha nguGeneral Secretary weNUM. Okuthi nini andisakhumbuli nemini wayeyithetha ngayo.
Also again, Mr. Mathunjwa, on the 14th of August, between 14 and 16, according to SAPS information, these strikers killed a supervisor. There was a body of the supervisor killed there. Can I refer you to slides number 100?
Phakathi kwehora lesibili nelesine kwabulawa isupervisor phaya xa kuthetha amapolisa. Mandikhombise umfanekiso number 100.
Do you see protesters on copy 1 there? The red cycle?
Uyababona abaqhankqalazi phaya ekopini.
Yes, the circle with red mark.
Yes.
Apha kulombala ubomvu ewe.
Do you see the body of a supervisor? Supervisor marked there with yellow lines?
Akulotyelo kuthiwa ile supervisor yayibulewe apho umzimba wayo.
Yes, I see body of supervisor and the arrow showing down.
Ewe ndiyabona apho kubhalwe khona neline ekhombe umzimba supervisor.
On the 14th of August 2012, were you aware that there was a body of a supervisor just behind those protesters on the copy?
Ubunolwazi Mathunjwa kokuba kwatholakala umzimba we-supervisor phaya eseselekile emva kwabaqhankqalazi phaya ekopini.
I was not aware. I've said earlier that I think was a number of bodies. I think this body that we are referring to is the one that made up to 10. Then I said I heard it from the media, and I even said I think it was during the interview with Xolani Gwala on the 15th, in the morning of the 15th.
Bese ndichilo kokuba beyiloku zivakala izinto zabantu abaswelekileyo. Lo mzimba uthetha ngawo ngiyabona ngumuntu we-10 ukuswelakala. Ndiye ndayithetha lento xa ndihlangene noXolani Gwala ndiyabona nge-15. Ndayiva kwi-interview. Ndayiva kwi-interview xa sithetha noXolani nge-15.
Can I also assume, Mr. Mathunjwa, that on the 14th of August 2012, AMCU did not convene a meeting of general membership wherein you instructed your members to refrain from any violence?
Ngayamukela ke nento yokuba nangalowo mini awuzange ubize i-meeting ye-members zakho okokuba makungasetshenziswa kungabikho zehlakalo zodusha.
There was no meeting, there was a media
Kwakungekho mhlangano apho.
briefing
Kwakune media briefing apho kwakuthethwa khona
on the 14th.
nabapapashi bezindaba nge-14.
which denounces any form of violence.
apho kuvezwa khona kokuba asihambelani nezinto zodushe.
On the 15th, I was with the SAFM.
15 ndaba ne-SAFM
After the interview, I went to Marikana LPD.
emva kwaleyo interview ndasendiya e-LPD yaseMarikana.
So in conclusion, Mr. Mathunjwa, as AMCO, do you condemn police killing in this country?
Of course.
Buza kokuba nje amkho ke anihambelani
And
nezehlakalo
any lives,
bulala
not only
kwamapolisa.
police, for any person, for any citizen for that matter.
Asihambelani nokubulawa kwanoma ngumphi umuntu wonke umhlali namapolisa noma ngawubani bani ohlala apha sihambelani nezihlakalo ezinjengezo.
Thanks very much, Chairperson. I don't have any further question.
Thank you. Now we have Mr. Masewa, I think it is for the widows. Is that correct?
Chairperson, that's correct. My name is Takalani Maseba. I represent the Munene family.
Sorry, I should have called you Ms. Masewa, forgive me. Yes, please proceed.
Thank you, Chairperson. Mr. Mathunjwa, I believe you can see me from where I'm sitting. Can you?
As long as they don't close that gap.
Utakalani Masebe phaya.
Yes, that you
Yabona
come
ukuthi xa
forward.
ungavela nje
I
phaya.
suggest you come forward and sit where Mr. Gumbi was sitting, between Ms. Nkosi Thomas and Mr. Semenya. You'll be in good company.
Bayambiza ke uDabawo okokuba eze apha ngaphambili kuthi sizokwazi ukumbona kahle sinomathunjwa.
Now, Mr. Mathunjwa, I believe you can see me.
Not to mention.
Hayi ndiyakubona ngoku. Kokungabaza apho.
Well, Chairperson, for the record, my name is Takalani Masebe, and I represent the Munene family in these proceedings.
Utakalani Masebe umele ifamily yakwa
Munene.
Munene.
Mr. Mathunjwa, as from the 15th of August, you knew with certainty that 2 police officers were killed on the 13th of August. Is that correct?
Ngomhla ka-15 August ubusazo kokuba kukho amapolisa amabili asweleka abulawa ngomhla ka-13.
That's correct.
Yes.
Ewe kunjalo.
Now, those 2 police officials who were killed, it was Warrant Officer Munene and Warrant Officer Lepako.
Uzi warrant officer ezezimbili azibiza ngamagama phaya Munene noLipaka.
Now, Mr. Mathunjwa, you just testified before this commission that when you went to the copy on the 16th of August, there was no police escort because the police had refused to give you police escort to the copy. You went there on your own.
Uthi ngomhla ka-16 waya uwedwa phaya ngoba amapolisa awavumanga okokuba akunike i-escort yokuya phaya entabeni. Kunjalo Mathunjwa?
Yes, no escort was provided.
Yakho escort endanikwa yona.
Now, at the mountain, there was a protester who spoke before you could, and the translation of what he said is found in Exhibit 009.
Uthi kukho umkhankazo wathetha phaya phambi kokuba uthethe wena intetho yakhe ibhaliwe apha ku-009.
And that protester, if I can read from the translation of what he said, he says towards the end of his speech,
At what page is that?
the first page.
So you may take us through. Where do we start?
Yes, that protester says, a police officer from the homelands, if he or she was fetched to come here, will be left here. He or she will not enter the hippo. And then we see the employees laughing there, and then he continues and he says, we will finish them here. They must live here.
Uthi lo wayethetha akashongo ipage kokuba likuphi. Uthi kodwa lo muntu wayethetha wayethi xa kukho amapolisa avela phaya emakhaya khona ipolisa elivela phaya emakhaya mali ihambe khona kwangoku kalina ufumana nexesha lokuba lide lingene kule hippo wagqibela ngokuthi sabagqiba khona apha.
Chairperson, it's exhibit 009, that is the transcription of Mr. Mathunjwa's address at the copy. It starts with a translation of what a speaker said. I don't know if,
On what page?
on
Miss?
the first page, before we can start with where the speaker says that it has to be respected, but then there's a page before then. Chairperson, I beg leave to hand up one of our copies here. I believe that the commission might not have the specific page. Unfortunately, we only have that page.
It's a single page, as you say.
Yes,
I haven't
Chairperson.
seen this before, I don't think. It's in two columns. The left column is in isiXhosa. I take it isiXhosa. And the right column is the translation to English.
That is correct,
It
Chairperson.
doesn't indicate, the heading is Marikana CAS 138/08/12, and below that is 00020. So I don't know where that is. I seem to remember that video clip was shown to us, but the transcription with it in isiXhosa and in English hasn't been before us yet. So should we get that in exhibit number?
Yeah, that is the first page of the exhibit that Ms. Maseve is referring to. It's 0009. Sorry, excuse me, 009.
009.
Hasn't got that on the first page, not on my copy.
I think it depends on the copy, Chair. We have it as our first page, and I always assume that that speaker is Mr. Dumisani, and you can pick that up from the second page.
I see. So this is really a page previous to the one we have.
What?
Anyway, look, I think to save time, let her put the question. You can put the question.
Well, thank you, Chairperson.
And at some stage, when we
Mr.
resume
Chairman.
next week, we will be given the exact reference.
Mr. Chairman, if I can be of assistance, the same speaker appears on Exhibit L at slide number 168.
So it's protester 6. It's protester 6. And there was cross-examination about it, and it was referred to. I remember that in evidence. I don't remember that we were given a transcript of the isiXhosa with an English translation. My recollection was when protester 6, that clip, which is dealt with in slide 168, was shown. The interpreter interpreted what protester 6 was saying. All I'm saying is that reference we can get when we resume next week. Let her proceed with the cross-examination, and the housekeeping can be done later.
Thank you, Chairperson. Mr. Mathunjwa, maybe I should just read what I read again. He says, towards the end of his address, a police officer from the homelands, if he or she was fetched to come here, will be left here. He or she will not enter that hippo. And then the transcription says the employees laugh. And then he goes further to say that we'll finish them here. They must live here.
Uthi la ntetho yavela yayithi xa kukho ipolisa elivela pha emakhaya lilethwe apha malihambe ligoduke ngoku xa lingahambi ngoku kalinawuthola nethuba lokuba lingene phakathi kula hippo bese kuyahlekwa apha ngasemva abese chubekela phambili ke lo mhlekazi wathi siza kubagqibela khona apha.
And Mr. Mathunjwa, you were present when that statement was said, is that correct?
Wawukhona apho Mathunjwa xa kuvela intetho enjengaleyo?
Yes.
Now,
Ewe.
now, Mr. Mathunjwa, you then addressed the crowd and then you leave the copy and you go to the jog. Is that correct?
abanentetho nabaqhankqalazi phaya kwathi emva
Objection, he
koko
doesn't,
waphindela kwijok.
that's not strictly accurate. He doesn't then address the crowd. In fact, there are people who speak before Mr. Mathunjwa.
Well, Chairperson, I'll
With the objection,
rephrase.
possibly you can reformulate your question so that you render the objection irrelevant.
Well, thank you, Chair. I will do just that. Mr. Mathunjwa, after this has been said, there were other speakers who addressed the crowd.
Phambi kwakho kukhona baye bakhuluma nezihlwele Mr. Mathunjwa. Ngokuba uthethe wena.
Before you could speak, after this protester has spoken, you then there were other speakers who addressed the crowd. Is that correct?
Yes.
Ewe kunjalo.
Now, you then addressed the crowd.
Kwathi emva koko ke nawe wasufumana ithuba lokuthetha.
Yes.
Ewe.
Now, Mr. Mathunjwa, after you finished addressing the crowd, you then left for the jog.
Emva kokuba usuthethile nabo isihlwele wasuphindela ezantsi kwijok.
I don't only address the crowd, I reprimanded. And then, yes, the next step, we had to go back to the jog.
Anizange ndithethe nje nabo. Ndaba nentetho apho ndibaxelela khona uba izinto ezithize azilunganga. Emva koko ndabe sendiphindela kwijok.
But not for this specific person who was speaking there.
Akusilo owayethetha le ntetho le endathetha naye.
Now, Mr. Mathunjwa, when you get to the jog, you then have a conversation with General Mpembe.
Wafika phaya kwijok waba wathetha no General Mpembe.
When I arrived at the jog, yes, if you summarize, yes, I met General Mpembe.
Xa uyibeka ngolo hlobo ewe ndadibana naye General Mpembe.
Now, Mr. Mathunjwa, at that stage, you knew that 3 police officers, actually 2 police officers, were killed on Monday by the protesters, and 1 had been injured by the protesters and seriously injured.
Ngelo xesha ke mfoka Mathunjwa ubusunolwazi lokuba sekubulewe amapolisa amabili ngaphambilini elinye lenzakala.
Not only 3, about 10 lives that has been lost by the time.
Kwakungasi abathathu kuphela ngelo xesha kwasekusweleke abantu abalishumi.
Now, after you had heard this protester saying that the police will be finished at the Kopi, why didn't you then tell General Mpembe that there has been that threat and people should be careful when they go to the Kopi? Why did you find it important to warn the SAPS that the protesters are saying that the police will be finished at the Kopi?
Usoyivile le ntetho mfoka Mathunjwa ithethwa yalabo bantu bazawugqibela phaya amapolisa. Yintoni ungathanga ku-General xa uthetha naye phaya umxela uba emfondini kukho ingxele njengale ko bazawugqiba amapolisa mababe careful xa besiya phaya entabeni?
Let me maybe assist you. When we arrived at the jog, we waited for a couple of minutes before we get hold of Mr. Mpembe.
Mandithi ndikuncede ngolu hlobo. Siya safika phaya kwijok linda ixeshana noko phambi kokuba sidibane noMpembe.
I requested one lady officer there to ask for Mpembe, and he later came out from what I think was an operational room or boardroom.
Ndacela ipolisa phaya lumuntu ubhinqileyo kokuba ke lindifunela uMpembe phaya waphuma evela kwenye indlu apho ndicinga ukubona kwakuyi-operational room.
And as he came out from that boardroom or operational room, the first thing he said to me, Mr. Mathunjwa, as I explained to you, I'm no longer in charge of this operation.
Mandithi kuwe ke wathi xa ephuma nje lapho wathi kum Mathunjwa njengoba ndixelele akusendimi ndilawula le operation ngoku.
It's Provincial Commissioner Mbombo, as I explained earlier in the morning.
Wathi kum isiphethwe ngu-Provincial Commissioner uMbombo
Then I requested to see her.
Ndacela kokuba mandike ndibone yena.
Then he told me that she's not around. She went for ANC of torchbearer ceremony.
Wathi kum akakho apho usephumile uye kwi torch bearing ceremony.
Remember, all those things
yombutho
happen in the
ANC.
short space. We talk, we talk, we talk, we talk. So he shows that he doesn't want to take anything from me.
Uzawukhumbula kokuba le ntetho yahamba kanjani ethetha omnye nomnye ethetha noye ethetha ekhombisa okokuba akho nto afuna ukuyamkela evela kum.
Then he said, let me phone Commissioner Mbombo.
Wabe sethi kum ithi ke ndimtsalele unxeba uCommissioner uMbombo.
Let me wait some few minutes.
Ndalinda ke imizuzwana engaphi.
And then I waited, I waited, I waited.
Ndema ndalinda apho
No one came back.
khomntu waphinda weza.
Then I went to try to get hold of the management.
Ulapho ke ndenza inzame zokuba ndibonane nemanagement.
So in short, maybe you might run off patient. There was a protocol that has to be observed and to be followed based on that operation.
Ngoku ke kwakuyile operation uzawuqonda okokuba kwakho imigaqo indlela ezithize kwakufuze zilandelwe.
Thank you.
Mr. Mathunjwa,
Enkosi.
you've just testified that you were told that the provincial commissioner was not there, whether she had gone to see a police official at the hospital or whether she went to the torch-bearing ceremony is not material at this stage. But then what I want to know from you is that, didn't you find it important to tell whoever was second in charge from the provincial commissioner who was not present that there is a risk that people might, or police might be injured if they go to the copy after there was such a threat?
Andi khatalo kokuba kwakuthiwani noma waye esibhedlele yobona ipolisi lenzakele kanye noma eye kumcimbi weANC engekho awuzange ukubona kuyinto ebalekile okokuba uxelele omnye apho ophethe isecond in charge okokuba kukho ingozi enokwenzeka phaya emva kokuba usufumene esisigrogriso esivela kubaqhankqalazi.
For the fact, you'll appreciate that from the mountain, I started looking for the person whom was introduced to me as a person in charge. And during that morning, there was General Naidu, General Anadel, General Mpembe, and Provincial Commissioner. Neither of the three was introduced to me as a second in charge.
Uzawuqonda okokuba ke xa ndisuka phaya ndandifuna lo mntu bendithetha uba ndizawuthetha naye. Kusuka kwakukhona ezi-general endizibalile, Naidu, Anandale, nababanye akukho endaxelelwa okokuba ngulo oyi-second in charge.
If Mr. Mpembe, as he was the one who was in charge the previous night, he could have just said, give me the response from the mountain, but he never wanted because he said, as I've mentioned to you, that I'm not in charge of the operation. So what I was supposed to do then?
Mpembe ke njengomntu bendithetha naye phezolo kube wathi kum jonga apha ke nika mna lo report ephaya wabonisa ukuba akayikhathalele nokuyikhathalela bekufanele ndenze ntoni ke.
Mr. Mathunjwa, there was an exchange of an SMS between you and General Annandale and General Mpembe. Now, why didn't you include this vital piece of information in those SMSs to these two senior police officials?
Kwabakho ii-SMS ezibhalayo phakathi kwakho nalamapolisa amabili intoni ungayifakanga le ngxelo ebaluleke kangaka kulezo SMS zakho.
It never crossed my mind
Andizange ndicinge.
because I was supposed to report to the provincial commissioner who was stationed for the operation.
Ngoba kwakudingeka ukuba ndenze ireport ku-provincial commissioner okunguyena wayebekelwe leyo operation.
And for that matter, when they SMS me back saying General and Provincial Commissioner, or they are around where I think there's a SMS saying, yes, Mr. Mathunjwa, we are around. There was no one there. We were there, and then the SMS saying we are around, but at the very same place, there was no one.
I-SMS ezibabezibhalile babethi bakhona apho. Kodwa ke xa siya sifumananga mntu kwakungekho mntu apho.
Now, let me inform you, Mr. Mathunjwa, that at the end of this commission, we are going to argue that you did not act responsibly by not telling the senior leadership of the SAPS that there is a threat looming at the Kopi after you had heard this protester saying that the police will be finished if they go to the Kopi.
Uthi bazawuthi bona ekugqibeleni kule commission babeke apha kwi commission okokuba uMathunjwa akenzanga ngendlela ngokungavezi le report le yesimo esasiyibungozi phaya sokuba amapolisa angahle abulawe.
I will dispute that. And subsequent to that, I think you will realize that there was no police killed on that 16 after I left the joke. It's only workers that were killed.
Ndiza kuyikhanyela loo nto ke kodwa mandiyilungise apha uzawubona okokuba akukho polisa elabulawa apho nge-16 emva kuba ndisuke phaya abasebenzi kuphela babulawa.
Well, I'm talking about the threat that the protesters had issued to the police, but then on that note, I would like to move on. Now, on the 15th of August, you had heard that two security officials were killed on the 12th, and then 2 police officials were killed on the 13th. One was seriously injured, and other civilians were also killed.
So uvile okokuba kusuka phaya ngeyi-12 ngoyi-13 kwasekho amapolisa aswelekile no-security officer nomunye umuntu.
Now, Mr. Mathunjwa, these people who were killed, that is like the 10 people who were killed prior to the 15th, are all breadwinners and mostly fathers.
Uthi ke umama aba bantu basweleka phaya ngotata abondla imizi yabo yondliwa ngabo aba otata.
Now, Mr. Mathunjwa, what I want to know from you is that, reading from your address of the 15th of August, you say in very broad terms that protesters must desist from violence, but then you don't specifically mention that they should resist the temptation of killing police and security officials. Why is that?
Uthiwa kwintetho yakho Mathunjwa wayiveza into yokokuba makungabi khona izehlakalo zodusha uphaya. Uthi kodwa awuzange uyibeke ngokucacile ukuba sifuna ukubulala amapolisa no security.
By denouncing violence, I said, as I've said earlier on, I respect life. Whether it's a police, whether it's a security, whether it's a civilian, no one should be killed.
Njengoba nditshilo ke ekuqaleni ndithi mna ndiyayihlonipha impilo yomuntu anditsho kokuba lo ndimhlonipha impilo yakho ngoba elipolisa lo njengoba eyisecurity ndihlonipha impilo yawo wonke umhlali.
Now, on the 16th of August, you go to the mountain again, and then you address the people. And in your address, on page 9 of the transcript of your address, you say the following. Can I refer you to page 9? If not page 10, I don't know. Must be 10. I think it's 9. It's 9. Is that the correct one? I think so. Okay. Are you there, Mr. Mathunjwa?
It was on page number 9.
Page number 9.
Of which exhibit?
Exhibit 009.
Yes, we are there. Number 9.
Well, Mr. Mathunjwa, as you've said that you respect life and you wouldn't be specific about the killing of the people, but we hear you here on the second paragraph, that is line 5 of the very same paragraph, where it says president, and then you start saying comrade, and then comma. Have you found it?
Yes, ma'am.
Well, you go there and you say the killing of people started on Friday, where employees were marching to the stadium to talk about their views and rights. where we were told yesterday here, members of NUM office came out holding guns and shot at you, and 2 employees were killed. Power. And then the employee says, it's ours. You continue and you say, we send our condolences to those families. As AMCU, we will come closer to those families. We'll help where we can so that they could be laid to rest with dignity. As AMCU will do that. Power.
Ufunda lento ibeyafundwa apha ethetha khona upresident nezihlele phaya kokuba njengo-AMCU kukhona abantu akuthize sebabulewe kusuka ngemini ethize kukho abakuthiwa babulawa begqitha e-ofisini lenum uyatsho ukuba njengopresident sithumela uvelano lethu kubo bonke izifemeli zalaba abaswelekile sizawuba nawo ngawo onke amaxesha gqibela ngokuthi amandla nabasebenzi bathi ngawethu.
Mr. Mathunjwa, I'm aware that the press statement that was issued on the 9th, you mentioned that you condemn violence. However, my question is this. Now, you were in front, when you mentioned this, you were in front of the protesters.
Lithi xa uthetha le ntetho ubume nabo abaqhankqalazi phaya.
Now, why didn't you send condolences to the family of the police, to the families of the security guards, and to the families of other civilians who had died?
Uza lokho Mathunjwa kokuba wathumela imiyalelo imvelano nabahlolokazi balaba bantu babesebenza intoni ungayishongo kanjalo nakumapolisa nakuma-security nalaba abanye.
I think we have released the press statement on the 14th, with regard to the loss of life for everyone.
Kwi-statement esavela ngomhla ka-14 sasithetha apho ngempilo yayo wonke umuntu oswelekile.
Now, why then don't you specifically mention in the rest of your speech that you condemn police killing?
Yona ungayivezanga lento apha kuyo yonke intetho yakho kokuba eyokubulala nje kwamapolisa into ongavani nayo tu.
I've said we condemn any killing of any citizen.
Dithe mna asivani nokubulawa kwanoma ngawubani ongumhlali kuleli lizwe.
Which I believe police form part of that group.
Namapolisa ke angabanye babahlali.
Well, Chairperson, I don't have any further questions for this witness. Thank you.
Enkosi kakhulu ndiyabulela msheme.
Mr. Mpofu?
Is it outside? Okay. Thank you, Chairperson. Yes, Chairperson, sorry, I wasn't here in the morning. I just want to confirm that we're adjourning at 3.
We're proposing to go on a little bit longer after 3 to enable you to finish your cross-examination and Mr. Brainders to do his re-examination. If necessary, we can go on till 3:30, but not thereafter.
Yes, no, that's why I'm asking, because I'm certainly not going to finish in 20 minutes. So if I can just have 1 second, Chairperson. Okay, thank you, Chairperson. Mr. Mathunjwa, is it correct that the gathering of people that you addressed on the 16th, would it be correct to describe it as having been multicultural, multilingual, and maybe even multi-religious or belief system?
Mandithi ababantu izihlele ezawuthetha nazo phaya ngabantu bentlanga ezohlukile ndithetha izilimi ezohlukile abantu abanezinkolelo ezihlukile njalo njalo.
That's correct.
Ewe kunjalo.
You yourself are obviously a Christian.
Wena ngokwakho ke ungumKrestu.
That's correct.
Ewe.
I've counted in your address that you made on the, at 009, that you mentioned the word God about 10 times. And for the 11th time, you say we need a strategy from heaven.
Dibona apa kwi transcript le ndiyifundayo apho uthetha khona ubizwa igama likaThixo kayi-10 bese kuthi kwesi-11 kulapha uthi khona sifuna ubuhlakani obuvela emazulwini.
That's correct.
Ewe.
Did anyone make any objection when you seemed to be exhibiting your Christianity?
Xa uveza okokuba ungumntu okholelwayo wena kuThixo akukho mntu waba nengxaki naloo nto.
No, I don't.
Akukho mntu.
And did you ever get any impression whatsoever that that throng of 3,000 people had one set of beliefs similar to, or rather common to all of them?
Xa ubajonga ke ezihlele zabantu abangaba u-3,000 wababona kungabantu abanenkolelo efananayo bonke.
As I was talking about God, there was no objection.
Xa ndithetha ngoThixo akukho mntu waba nengxaki ngaloo nto.
Yes, you described yourself as a slave of God. You described the crowd as God's children
Uthi wena
and the
usithaka
nation of
sikaThixo,
God.
aba
And
bantu ngabantwana bakaThixo,
Yes.
isizwe sikaThixo. Ewe.
you've also, you've been a mine worker yourself and worked in the mining environment for how long?
Ke waba ngumsebenzi wasemayini wena ngokwakho usebenze izindawo ezimayini ixesha elingakanani?
I think I would say over 25 years.
Ngaphezu kweminyaka engu-25.
And in that 25 years, have you ever seen or experienced anything that would make you believe that a large group of 3,000 people would believe that bullets will not kill them, or that they would be invincible, or that they would be invisible, whichever one will be finally chosen?
No, I never had such belief.
Uthi azange abenayo inkolelo yokuba aba bantu basebenza phaya emigodini nalaba abanye ngabantu abakholelwayo entweni okokuba kukhona into ezobenza okokuba kungabikho into ebahlulayo noma bangabonakali.
Sorry, just to move to something else. You have testified about a letter which you wrote on the 10th to Lonmin Management asking for a meeting, is that correct?
Thethe ngencwadi wayibhala mhla ka-10 ku-August ucela ilonmini kokuba nibe nentlanganiso.
Yes, there is a letter of such.
Ewe kukhona incwadi enjalo.
Just to paraphrase, what was the reason, your central request in that letter?
Isicelo sakho noma into wawuyifuna kubo kwakuyintoni nje kafuphi?
We explicit, it was to call a meeting, an urgent meeting.
Kwakusisicelo sokuba kubizwe i-meeting esheshisayo.
Okay, sorry, I think I didn't ask the question properly. I know that you asked for a meeting, and we also know that the meeting did not take place.
Siyayazi uba wacela i-meeting ezange ibanjwe.
I guess what I'm asking you is, had your request for a meeting been acceded to, what would you have put on the table?
Ndibeke ngolu hlobo ukuba xa bebavuma yabanjwa le meeting yintoni bozayiveza apho bozoyithetha.
If that meeting was held, firstly, would communicate what are the issues of the workers.
Besizawuthetha phaya ukuba yintoni efunwa yintoni efunwa ngabasebenzi.
And would your objective in that meeting been to diffuse the situation?
Injongo yakho kulo meeting bekuzawuba kokokuba kwehliswe imoya kulesi sehlakalo.
Yes, to us to gather the heads together and see how can we work the way forward with other parties. As I've said, all the parties should be part of that.
Kwakuthi kubize wonke umuntu ke onesandla kulento kuhlanganiswe inhloko kubona kokuba kuchithekela kanjani phambili.
Have you ever been given a reason why that meeting was declined?
Bakunika isizathu kude kube namhlanje ukuba yintoni bangavumelananga nalo meeting.
No, we never received a response to that effect.
Azange sifumane impendulo kuleyo sicelo.
To your knowledge, were some of the workers who were gathered at the mountain from the career mine?
Ngokwazi kwakho kwaba baqhankqalazi babepha entabeni kwakhona bevela kule mine yaseKariye.
Yes.
Ewe.
And isn't it correct that in respect of the career mine at least, you had full negotiating rights?
Andithi kunjalo kokuba phaya eKariye mine unamalungelo azeleyo enantsika okunegotiate.
We'll say we've got limited organizational right, not for bargaining.
Sinawo amalungelo noma emancinci asinawo okuba sithethe ngezemivuzo.
Okay, can you, for the uninitiated like me, unpack what specifically those limited rights entailed? To what extent would you have been able to represent the workers at Career Mine at least?
Mandithi ke awongayazi loo ntetho njengami njena xa uthetha ngamalungelo angagcwele unlimited yintoni bowuzakwazi ukuyithetha phaya maqondana nabantu aba baseKariye.
Maybe on top of my head will be issues like working in for holidays, maybe disciplinary processes, just to mention the few. I cannot have them on my mind.
Andithi nje apha phezu kwentloko nje besizawuthetha ngezinto ezifana nama-holiday, izinto eziphathelene nezemisebenzi, imeko ekusetyenzwa phantsi kwazo nezinjengezo.
All right, but yes, I'm sure we actually do have copies of all the recognition agreements and all that. But really.
It's a 00.
Sorry.
We have some assistance to my learned friend. It's Exhibit 0012.
Yes, I may help my learned
Mneda,
friend. The
Gogoba.
witness explained this to us with reference to 0012, Chair.
0012 iyona enenkcazelo.
Thank you, I'm indebted to my colleagues. But really all I want to extract is that you were in a position to represent the workers in relation to some of the working conditions.
Manditsho kokuba ubo unalo igunya lokokuba uthethe egameni labasebenzi kwizinto ezithize.
Yes.
Ewe.
On, I think it's page 28. Sorry. Page 28. Of Exhibit LL, that's the SAF interview. After well, I didn't testify. After you mentioned this issue of the urgent meeting, which you had proposed, which had never materialized. Are we together? Page 28 of LL, Exhibit LL. You got it?
Yes, yes.
You'll see after, where it says Mr. Mathunjwa from about line 4, you talk about the letter that we've already discussed and that you asked for an urgent meeting and that 2 weeks ago and so on, and it never materialized. And then Mr. Kwala says, so in other words, you are blaming the company for the 10 people that are dead. And then you said, I will squarely. I will, blame them and so on. We advised them that they must call the meeting 2 weeks ago, nothing happened. They engaged those RDO's delegations by their permission. They made an offer to them outside the structures, of the union.
Apha ethetha nomXolani Gwala emxelela okokuba kuye kwabhalwa incwadi iveke ezimbini ngaphambilini ekungabanga kunampendulo. Wabuza kuGwala okokuba ngoku ubeka ityala kulonmini okokuba ngabo ababangele okokuba kusweleke aba bantu. Wathi ndibeka yonke lento emagxeni abo ngoba akwenze ngabe sabaxelela okokuba makubekho indibano apho sizawubonisana nabo khona.
Yeah. You remember that part?
Yes, I do.
Okay, now the question is,
Ndiyayikhumbula loo ndawo.
would it be correct that from a reading of this passage, what you're saying is that had the meeting request been granted, the 10 deaths might not have happened? Is that a good reading of the passage?
Sifunda kakuhle ke le passage. Uthi xa kube bavuma okokuba kubanjwe le meeting kube khona uthetha ibingenzekanga lento yabantu abalishumi abaswelekileyo.
That's my belief, yes.
Inkolelo yam leyo ewe.
Now, do you remember that I think Mr. Mukwena, during that interview, also testified, said that the police had been there and had been called by them, but had been present, as he put it, from the word go, in other words, from the Friday events and throughout. Sorry, I'm just looking for them. But do you remember that?
Uyayikhumbula into yokuba uMukwena wathi amapolisa oko nje ekhona kusuka ngolwesihlanu kude kube ngelo xesha.
I think that is correct because it was also mentioned during my conversation with him that the memorandum will be received by police. That surely means that the police were already there.
Ndiyakholwa ukuba unyanisile xa isho njalo ngoba naku memorandum wathi nakwimpendulo athi i-memorandum iza komela ngabase SAP okubonisa okokuba kade sebekhona apho lonke eli
I
xesha.
think the passage you're looking for is page 27.
27, yes, I found it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. And thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's on page 27, Mr. Mathunjwa. Sorry for that confusion. And it reads like this. Mr. Mukwena says, you had made the accusation that something about the police. And then he says, again, it's amazing that Joseph makes such allegations. We had police in the morning, Friday morning. We called the police and we wanted the police to do their job. There are people marching illegally and all that. The police were there from the word go. Early Friday morning at the stadium, that's one. And then secondly, and then he talks about something else.
Apho kuphendula umkwena khona ephendula ngolo hlobo ukuba andazi ukuba yintoni uJoseph esichola ngale nto ndimxelele okokuba amapolisa beloko ekhona lonke lixesha kusuka ngolwesihlanu ndamxelela amapolisa akhona apha azokwenza umsebenzi wayo kukho abantu abamatshayo apha imatshi engekho mthethweni amapolisa abekhona apha kusuka kusasa nasestadium.
Now, once again, although you had said you blame Lonmin squarely, would it be fair to reading from this passage, to say that the police would also have been expected to have prevented some, if not all, of the violence?
Uzawuvumelana nami ke ukuba noma uchola uLonmin namapolisa nawo abe nomsebenzi ekufanele awenze apha kokuba avikele ezehlakalo zokusoleka kwabantu.
Yes, according to this, the management called them surely to do some job there, as is explained here.
Lentetho evele apha imanagement yababizo kokuba bazokwenza umsebenzi othize phaya.
Would it be fair to say that this situation that you attended to, sorry, I'm jumping to something else now, that you attended to on the 16th was quite a serious and tense affair?
Uzawuvumelana nami kokuba lento wawuye kuyo phaya kwakuyinto engaqhelekanga noko isimo sasimanzonzo nyani phaya.
Yes.
Ewe.
Now, a lot has been made about the address made by the person now known as protester number 6 on the front of 009. You remember that?
Kwavela intetho ezininzi ke ezimaqondana no protester number 006 luvele apha ku 109.
009.
Exhibit 009.
Remember, the one person who tells Sabakabela up, or we'll finish them here.
O uthetha ngalomuntu owathi xa amapolisa angahambisa wagqibela apha.
And then said, they must live here. Sorry.
Lo wathi mabahambe ngoku.
Chairperson, if I may just offer my interpretational services, I think that last sentence, unless if there's an objection, should really read, they must leave this place, not they must live here.
Where are we reading?
Where's mabahambe apha? In other words, they must leave this place. I see Commissioner Tokota is nodding, so.
Porter, who's an ISI course linguist, agrees with your interpretation.
Okay, now we'll take the new, you remember, anyway, nothing turns on that now. I just wanted to assist the Commission. I'm talking about that particular protester. Protester number 6 is that person who said those things.
Ulo protester number 6 uthi uyena bemveza nguye umuntu wathetha lonke lonto apha. Uthi kodwa useqebile apho into befuna ukuyiveza ilelandelayo.
Yeah, and the point I really want to make really is that even though you've testified that you were in the middle of this serious situation, when that protester made those remarks, the employees laughed.
Inyanisa kokuba wathi xa ethetha ngolo hlobo bahleka abasebenzi.
Do you remember that?
Yayikhumbula lonto ewe.
And in fact, although it's not reflected on this transcript, even after he said the second part, they must live here, we will finish them here, there was more laughter. You can accept that for now. I'll show it to the Commission later.
Uzayibonisa apha kwi-commission lo ntetho emva kwexesha. Uthi kodwa uyayivuma uba wathi xa ethi sizawubagqibe lapha baphinde bahleka abantu futhi.
There was that
Ewe kwaba khona ukuhleka apho.
noise or what?
Well, to me, that sort of reaction should indicate that the crowd that was there did not take those statements seriously. What would be your comment?
Objection, Chair. Mr. Mpofu is not going to testify.
Hayi uthi umhlekazi sinakuyamkela lento kaMpofu ngoba
Fair enough.
akalona inqina.
Fair enough.
If he wants to be sworn in and he testify later, he may, but he's not testifying at the moment.
Well,
Come,
Chairperson, I
Rose,
thought having served as a counsel and as an interpreter, I might as well be a witness as well.
He'll be cross-examined.
Yes, Mr. Semenya is right, yeah. Evidence will be led that the laughter that you hear in the, or rather, that you see or hear in the videos was an indication that the employees or the workers did not take those statements seriously. What impression did you get as a person who was there?
Thini ke wena njengomuntu wayelapho Mathunjwa kokuba
I'm talking specifically about the laughter, the reaction.
obuthi emva kokuba isithethilele ndoda bahleka apha baqhankqalaza kwakukhombisa okokuba leyo nto ayithethayo kabayithathi serious.
I would say that, to my best knowledge, will be saying it depends the interpretation of the individual when he's listening to that. While
Kuya ngomuntu okokuba uyijonga uyiva kanjani loo nto ethethwayo ngelo xesha ithethwa ngalo.
Further evidence will be that at some stage, one or two of the workers simply went up and grabbed the loud hailer and spoke. Did you observe that?
Wayibona lento eyenzeka phaya kwa omnye noma babini baqhankqalaza beza nje phambili bafika bazithathela i-loud hailer le bathetha ngayo. Wayibona loo nto?
yes,
Ewe ndayibona.
I think it was played here, if I'm not mistaken.
Iye yavezwa apha kwimifanekiso.
And that in particular, protester number 6 was one of those people who, uninvited, had simply gone to grab the mic and speak.
Naye lo kuthiwa uprotest number 6 wazizela nje angabizwanga phambili wafika wathatha imicrophone wathetha.
Yes.
Ewe.
There's something that I just want you to please explain to the commission.
Kho le nto endithanda ukuba ukuyichazele iCommission.
Let's start with your first visit on the 16th.
Qale ngokuya kwakho kokuqala phaya ngomhla zishumi-nesithandathu.
What level of cooperation did you get from the police? Because from the pictures, you can see you with the police, even as you are addressing the people. Was this visit pre-arranged? Was the visit pre-arranged with the police, or did they just see you arriving there and assisted you spontaneously, if you know what I mean?
Le visit ukuya kwakho phaya babeyazi amapolisa okokuba uyeza phaya noma athi nje xa ufika phaya abesekunika olu le support besebenzisana nawe.
Maybe one would say, since they were there at the night, they heard that I will be coming back the following day.
Njengoba babekhona phaya kusihlwa babeyivile intetho yokuba ndiyawuphinde ndibuye ngomso sasa.
Oh, I see. Yes, on the 15th you had gone with the police.
Ndithi nge-15 wawuye phaya namapolisa kusihlwa.
Yes, we were escorted with the armored vehicles.
Correct.
Ewe samikiswa ngenqwela yamapolisa.
And they were aware of the arrangement that you had made with the workers that you would be back at 9 o'clock or thereabouts the following day.
Babeyivile nentetho yakho nabasebenzi okokuba uyawuphinda ubuye umva ngemini elandelayo ngo-9.
Yes, and was further confirmed in the debriefing.
Ewe yaphinde yavela naphaya apho bekwenziwa khona ingxelo e-ofisini.
Okay, I think you've given some extensive evidence about what happened in the morning. But if you can just assist me, between the first and the second visit, you went back, firstly you went back to Lonmin, correct?
Andithi waphindela kwaLonmin kunjalo?
Yes, firstly in the morning I reported to the Lonmin offices.
Ewe ndafikela kwi-offices zakwaLonmin kusasa.
Then subsequent to that, to the jog.
Suke apho ndabe sendiya kwi-jog.
Then from the jog to the mountain.
Ndasuka kwi-jog ndaya entabeni.
That was my first visit, that one.
I-visit yam ke yokuqala leyo.
Okay, before I resume where I left off, when you left, or anyway, at any stage, did you have occasion to observe or see Bishop Siyoka?
Kuwaba khona ixesha noma mhlawumbe apho uke wambona khona uBishop uSiyoka?
No.
Anzange ndibone.
Well, from the evidence that has been led, it would seem that he arrived there somewhere between your two visits. And where I'm getting at is, after you finished your first visit, where did you go?
Ekugqibeleni kwakho i-visit yakho yokuqala phaya wabese uyaphi?
We went straight to the jog.
Saphinda saya straight kwi-jog.
And what was the reaction of Lonmin or the police, whoever you addressed there, about the message that you were bringing?
Xa ufika pho nengxelo le wawuyizisile kubo amapolisa noma mhlawumbe bakaLonmin management bathini?
One, there was no time to give them the feedback, the police, because the police that happened to be available was General Mpembe, who reminded me that he's not in charge of the operation.
Akubangakho ixesha lokuba ndenze ingxelo apho ngoba uGeneral Mpembe kufanele wathi kum akaseyena umuntu olawula lento.
Yes. Okay, sorry, I don't want to retraverse all that. We've heard it many times.
Siyivile loo ntetho andifuni basiphindele kuyona.
Where I'm getting at is, what prompted your second visit? And how was it executed?
Umbuzo endifuna ukubuza ukuba kuze kanjani ukuba ude uye kwesibili phaya?
You mean back to the copy?
Yes, sir.
Entabeni we.
To me, it was prompted by trying to go and tell the workers that they should disperse.
Ndandiziya phaya ukuyozama uxela abasebenzi okokuba mabahlukane.
And explain what I've observed or what I've seen regarding non-cooperation.
Yobaxelela okokuba ndibone kwenzeka ntoni nokungabi khona nabambiswano.
So therefore, I fear for the worst.
Kwase kufike nokoyika ukuba kungenzeka noma intoni.
But before I proceeded to these workers, I happened to see two black officers, one in light complexion, and I asked him who was in charge of this operation. Then he pointed to me one white male officer. And I explained to him that I'm from the JOC. There is no cooperation. Hence, I mentioned to him that the provincial commissioner also was not there to the ceremony, as I've mentioned earlier on. Then, oh, sorry.
Phambi kokuba ndihambe ke ndiye phaa ndadibana namapolisa amabili antsundu. Omnye wayenebala nje elikhanyayo. Ndabuza ndathi kubo ndivela phaya eJOC andifumani ncedo phaya uprovincial commissioner kuthiwa uhambile uye kwiceremony wandibonisa omunye ke ongumlungu.
No, the explanation of the whereabout of the provincial commissioner was communicated to the officer in charge of the operation, not to those two first officers.
Andichazanga apha kwababili ukungabikho kuka provincial commissioner kwachaza. It was explained to
this white officer.
Kulo omhlophe omlungu okunguyena ophethe ngelo xesha.
Then he said, I have to wait some few minutes. He will call General Naidu.
Wathi mandilinde imizuzwana nje uzawubiza uGeneral Naidu.
Mr. Mpofu, this evidence was given at great length
Yes.
and traversed in cross-examination. Do
I
you
know.
really want the witness to repeat everything again?
No, I don't.
Which
And
one?
that's why I was sort of
Obubunqina.
trying to
Usebuphinda-phinde
coax him out of it.
kaningi.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Yintoni ngokufanele ayiphinda-phinde kaningi zilonto? Uyavumelana naye Mhlekazi Mpofu?
Sorry, Mr. Mathunjwa, I'm sure I've asked the questions in a too open-ended fashion. Let me put it this way.
Ngale ndlela Mpofu lo mbuzo ndiyaxolisa ukubuza ngale ndlela.
Having made the decision, which you have explained, to go back for the second time, I just want the mechanics of how that visit was arranged. Whether it was arranged only by you or by you and the police or by you and somebody else, just explain to the commission how it came about. Having made that decision, how did you then implement that decision to effect the second visit?
Ususenzile isigqibo sokuba uzawuphindela okwesibili phaya ndifuna ukwazi ukuba senziwa nguwe nabanye uwedwa noma namapolisa noma nabani nokuthi ubuzawuya kanjani phaya.
No, that decision we made by ourselves. There was no police involved, and then we had to drive through and execute that communication to the workers.
Akukho polisa laba noncedo apho noma ngawubani sazenzela esigqibo sisodwa sasuka saya siya phaya sisodwa.
Mr. Mpofu, you've got many more questions. Because if
Fred,
you're saying
sir.
you're not going anywhere at the moment, as far as I can see.
Well-
But are you likely to finish by 3:30?
No, Chairperson.
Well, in that event, it doesn't seem any point in. I was intending to adjourn at 15:15, but I was prepared to sit until 15:30 if we could finish, but we obviously can't. So we will adjourn until next Wednesday morning, not tomorrow, but the following Wednesday, the 12th of December at 10 o'clock.
My commission ngoku izingene mhla ka-12 kwelanga kaDisemba ngolwesithathu kule veki elizayo. Hayi
Chairperson,
ngomso.
sorry, I'm sorry. Just with your permission, one more question, just so that I finish this topic. Just one question.
Mbuzo wokugqibela nje ukuba ndiqede le nto endingayo.
Mr. Mathunjwa, you've now explained how you executed the second visit. And where I was going is, did anybody or any policeman try to stop you or prevent you from entering the perimeter of the mountain?
Mbuzo ukuthi senenze isigqibo niya ke phaya Mathunjwa. Kukho ipolisa noma amapolisa azama ukukunqanda kokuba ungayi phaya.
No, there's no one.
Akekho wazama ukukunqanda.
Thank you, Chairperson.
The Commission will adjourn and resume on Wednesday, the 12th of December at 10 o'clock.
Izawungena ngo-10 ngomhla zingu-12 kuDisemba i-commission. Inkosi.
If Babete could be sure, he can't go there. Exactly.